Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
Look at my shine with the glow. This is my time with it though. This is my time to be way at the top. Me and my guys gon' pay out the block. I don't look like boss. Time's right, and I know they see us walking in the limelight. Promise you gon' wanna watch like a sci-fi. My guys are high risers, high tide. My crown if you come to my side. I pledge allegiance for lifetime. My squad connected like Wi-Fi. We grind and you see the highlights. This my life. It ain't a game now. Me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way. You wasn't invited. Say you come to play. I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me. Then step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Game now, me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way, you wasn't invited. Say you come to play, I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me, then step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way, yeah, yeah. Out of the way, yeah, yeah. Out of the way.
Just wait and see. Yeah.
player on top, know it. Rooftop, penthouse suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fight through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional work and devotion, we put in this time. Look. You won't stop my stride. I'll just break your line. I don't tolerate wasted time. Take us down, keep fighting.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Hello everyone and welcome here to the first day of the Snapdragon Pro Series PMCO Open Finals here for the African region. My name is Maxman and of course I'm going to be joined by Imperium here to bring you all the action that's going to be unfolding not for just one day, it's going to be happening for 6 days total here for Africa, MENA and also for the European region. But Imperium, it's great to be back here for the Snapdragon Pro Series. It's been a few months since the last one, but as always, this is where the careers of all these players potentially can begin in PUBGM Mobile Esports.
Exactly, PMCO has always been the breeding ground for the future talent of PUBG Mobile, going all the way back to 2019, and once again in the fall split of 2022, we're here to kind of see what these teams have to offer, what the players have to offer, and hopefully coming into then 2023, the PMPLs and even the PMGC, which is going on at the moment, we could see some of these players competing at that level. It's so good to be part of these kind of tournaments.
I'm not gonna lie, Imperium. I saw you write exactly that intro on Instagram earlier. You rehearsed that one. Yeah, that sentence
don't all the
past
great
few hours.
professionals rehearse?
Yeah, it's fine. You know what? It was a good sentence. I can't dwell on it too much. But as you said, it is true. The breeding grounds of all the future potential pro players that will be making it in their respective regions. It will be great to see. But also, don't forget, the Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming. Thanks to them, they can power some amazing devices here and potentially allow you to become the future pros of tomorrow in PUBG Mobile Esports. And when winning matters, you know, when doesn't it matter? That's the question, Imperium, because it always does. And especially for these teams, because only the top 3 teams will be making it to the next stage here in these finals. So you got to get W after W. You need to start performing right now, because one bad day and you're pretty much already out of the race for top 3, I would say.
It's tough. 10 games isn't a lot to kind of prove yourself. It isn't a lot to really kind of grab one of those top 3 positions out of 16 total teams. But it's also the same age-old thing, which is you got to create that cushion. You got to be able to kind of create a little bit of momentum for yourself, but also don't let a bad result hang on to you. Just brush it off and get into the next one and learn as you go along. I'm so looking forward to it. They've already been through a tough journey as well, to be fair, all through the open qualifiers. It hasn't been easy, but they're at this stage and they're nearly at the final hurdle.
You know what I can't wait for, Imperium? I can't wait to look into the format. What's going to be happening over the course of the next few days here for this Snapdragon Pro Series. It's going to be seen, just in case you're not familiar with the formatting. Right now, we're at the PMCO Open Finals here. You can see on the more right side of your screen. Here we're playing in Africa. No, NA. We don't talk about NA. No, we don't talk about NA over here. That's a different region. We don't care. We care about Africa, Middle East, and also Europe. And as you said, Imperium, only the 3 best teams of these next 2 days will be making it to PMNC 2022, and that is your entry point into PMPL. And you know there's going to be 8 slots to make into PMPL. That's a lot of slots if you can make it into PMNC. So this is, I would say, this is the toughest part, because top 8 in the tournament,
definitely,
you can reach that without too much of an issue. Top 3, now that's a little bit of a different ballgame.
And credit to all the teams so far, right? We started with 256 top teams that then made it into the qualifiers. So for all of you 16 teams to be the best 16 teams of 256, already genuinely put, you know, give yourselves a pat on the back and kind of go, yeah, we should be proud of this. But also know that, like I said, like we've already talked about, the journey is far from over.
Hey, look, okay, sure, you're still part of the best 16 teams out of the 256 initially, but if you're just happy with that, sorry, copium, okay? You're aiming for PMNC, you're aiming for PMPL. PMCO is cool, I know, but you want to go even further and beyond, and we're going to go even further in the segment, because we're going to talk about the point system. And, well, no, we keep having to bring this back up, right? It's not the new point system, it's the old and tested and perfected point system here. With your chicken dinner, you're going to get 15 points on the board. It trickles down right to 13th place and below, where you get the big bubble, as I like to call it. And yeah, I mean, nothing's going to change there. And I think that teams can start off with a really good impression in their first few games that can be really aggressive. I think those teams will be heavily rewarded throughout these next 2 days.
That's true, for sure. If you're able to be a little bit aggressive early on in the tournament, then even if it means you don't get those kind of 8, 10, 12 points for second, third, and fourth, and of course, even a chicken dinner, but you're able to rack up that level of aggression that sends a message to the rest of the lobby. It will alter their rotation points. It will alter your ability to have more freedom around the map. It's that little bit of kind of domino effect across the board. Yes, we more comfortably do see at the start of a tournament teams being passive and playing for those 15 placement points for the chicken dinner. That's not going to get you so far. At the end of the tournament, you got to be able to grab those eliminations.
At the end of the day, there's a plethora of playstyles that can be played by some of these teams. I'm talking about the teams. Let's introduce them to see which 16 teams will be playing for these next 2 days for the Snapdragon Pro Series for the African region. And here you go, the 16 teams that will be trying to make it in the top 3 position. And right away, Imperium, I'm going to be completely honest. As a massive anime fan, and One Piece fan in particular, one team really stands out, which is One Piece Esports. I want to see if they're going to perform, if they can be the true Pirate Kings of Africa. But no, One Piece Esports is a team that I'm looking at because of the name and also a few of the players that already reached out on Instagram and that can look like a promising team.
I'm already waiting for the
Oh, it's going to happen.
One Piece, you know puns that are going to come out throughout the next 2 days. It's the first thing that I noticed. But yeah, all of these teams have a shot to make it big. And I'll be honest, I don't know a lot about these teams, but that's the thing. That's cool thing. We didn't know a lot about the teams in other PMCOs because it's the blank canvas for them to paint their picture and tell their story, and for us to be a part of that leading into the PMNC. Yes, we've talked to Alaraf from One Piece, and he's given us a little bit of information. VGS Esports is a name that stands out to me, but it's a different roster compared to the one that competed in the PMPL Africa, so I don't know how they're going to perform. But hey, you show us what you have to offer.
Yeah, I mean, the question stands, which roster will be able to work out and make it in the top 3? We'll have to wait and see. But of course, we have a lot of time to talk about the teams. Let's look at the prize pool distribution for this tournament. And don't be too alarmed, the numbers do look a little bit weird. That's because of conversions, I was told, okay? It's very specific numbers. Like in 13 to get $1,488. It's very, very specific, but no, still some money to take on board. And if you are in that one, it's not even just making in top 3 anymore right now, Imperium. Like, still being in top 3 is important. That's a massive jump, almost a 4K jump from second place to first place. It is a massive jump up. So if you're in second place, it's still great, you qualify, but you really, really want to be in top 1.
For the most part, the players and the teams don't really think about the prize pool of these tournaments, right? And they shouldn't when they're within the tournament, because, you're in-game focus, but you're right, that big difference between first and second and third, that will come into the minds of the teams once the tournament is over, and a decent chunk for first, as well as booking their spot in the PMNC 2022 is, pretty exciting stuff indeed.
Yeah, always going to be exciting stuff to see which teams can make it to PMNC, which new teams will be able to make it in PMPL, because as time keeps going on in Imperium, like, the competition is just elevated to new heights, especially you can look at Europe as a whole, out in the new CIS teams, it's so much tougher to really stand out in that region.
Exactly.
And Africa, now, after this last season, has spent an entire year, growing new talent in their region, and now they're going to go in their second year of competitive esports tournaments over in Africa, so it's going to be even tougher to really stand out in that region, especially against teams like 1 million that has done great in the region. PMGC, not going to talk about it. Okay, we'll just overlook that entire situation entirely, but there's a chance for them to come back next year, and Africa is a promising region that has been getting better in the last 2 seasons, and I'm hyped to see how it's going to work out.
It's one of the biggest growing regions in PUBG Mobile Esports over the last year and a half. I remember you commentating PMCOs and PMPLs in the early times with Banks a couple of years ago. And it's only in the old days, but it's only grown since then, and it's a testament to the investment PUBG Mobile is putting into the region as well.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, so much investment in the region and so much growth, especially, and we'll see what these teams can bring to the table. But you know what? We got something to bring to the table for you guys. It's a few quick interviews before we get heated up for our first game of the day.
Hello, my name is Karim. My nickname in the game is Ashfordi Karim. I play for Team High4DZ in Africa region. My role in the game should be IGL and T-Pog and Yas, they are fraggers. Also Hassan and Too Late, they are supporters. The MVP of our team is our fragger T-Pog. He is such a smart player. The most aggressive players in the team are Jazz and T-Pog. They are very strong and dangerous in close range fights. We have been preparing a lot with playing scrims and tournaments together. We usually play 3 scrims a day against strong teams from all the regions. All the teams who qualified are very strong, but I think the 7-8 team is the strongest considering that they got top 1 in close qualifying. I think I will say T-Pog again because he is such a great player with great potentials and he is very strong, and I think he will perform really good in Open Finals. Come cheer us, inshallah, we do top 1.
Okay, I'm Luciano. In-game name Cobra Luciano, leader of Black Cobra Africa team. Okay, our team consists of 6 players. There is Hamoudi IGL, Luciano co-IGL supporter, and Zahar supporter also like me. Fahit Entre Fragger, Wahsh also Fragger, and MS7 Freeman. Actually, I will be confused between Fahit and Wahsh because they are the offensive force of the team. It's a good question. To be honest, me and Fahit we are the most righteous in the team. We are preparing for the Open Final now by knowing the teams as well as studying their plans, such as well where they are rotated in their style of playing. Personally, I do not see any team stronger than my team, and I have full confidence in my team to take the first place. Yes, I think Nagato and also his teammates from Top G will do well in the Open Final. انتظرونا في هذا الفاينل لأنه سوف نرفع راية الاسم ونرفع رأس المشجعين كلهم.
There you have it. Always great to have a little bit of insight, on the players before going into the tournament. Any thoughts on what was said? I think you were paying attention to a few of the answers there, Imperium.
Yeah, both interviews seem quite calm, cool, and collected. If they can kind of transfer that to in-game, I think both teams can succeed. I did find it interesting that Luciano was also quite confident in saying that no team was better than Black Cobra. Well, you gotta prove it on the battlefield, so I'm hoping that can be backed up for sure. But I'm excited. It's great to hear from players. Interviews is something that isn't done enough in my opinion in any tournaments across the board, so it's great to hear from players leading in and throughout a tournament.
Yeah, I just like that Luciano says that he tends to tilt a little bit more in game,
Yeah, true. Yeah.
I wonder, like, when we play together, Imperium, sometimes, like, who rages the most? I think it's me. I feel like I'm a bit toxic sometimes. I feel like I don't know.
I think we both tilt it. See, because there's different ways of tilting and different forms of tilting.
I do the French tilt. It's a little bit different. It's a little bit out there.
Exactly.
You know what? We're going to look at the schedule right now, Imperium, to see exactly what's going to be unfolding for us today. No, not yet. Not yet. Okay, no, it's the hashtag. There's a hashtag for you guys. If you do want to join the conversation online, go over to Twitter and use hashtag Snapdragon Pro Series. And if you're lucky, we might take your tweet and put it on the show, and we'll react to it. If you talk bad about me on Imperium, we will block you. Okay, so just be aware of that. You've got to say good things about us, and we'll maybe put your tweet on.
Well, no, we'll react first, then we'll block it.
Oh, yeah, of course. We need to know the person who did send the tweet initially. So,
hashtag content? What?
Hashtag content, exactly. But once again, that's hashtag Snapdragon Pro Series, and you can join the conversation. Tell us maybe which teams or players you're looking out for, and we'll potentially put a little bit of a look out for them to see how they're going to perform throughout these next 2 days of play. Yeah, as we said, we've got so many teams that are looking out to potentially create their own adventure, create their own path in PUBGM Mobile Esports history here. It all starts right now in these Open Finals.
Yeah.
Who's going to make it to PMNC? there's a lot of pressure, I would say, clearly on some of these teams because, as you said, it's only 2 days. Very small room for mistakes. You have one bad day. You stated it earlier, right? Don't let that really pull you back. But I think if you get to the point where you have one really bad day, you're going to have to put, like, double the effort the next day to
exactly
initiate a comeback. But hopefully you start off really well, and we'll see how things are going to pan out. But I'm told we've got a very short break in Pyram. So with that said, we'll be back in just a few short minutes for our first game of the day. Okay, I promise. That's it. Okay, that was the last break. Now we're getting ready for the game. For real this time. Okay, it's just going to be around the corner very, very shortly. But Imperium, I would say before we dive into it, we're going to look at the schedule once again, see exactly what's going to be on board for us today. And we saw the map rotation though. If your team that is good on Erangel, you're already off to a pretty good start for these next 2 days, I would say.
Well, to be a successful team, for the most part, you have to be good at Erangel, right? That's no two ways about it, you know. Look at a team such as Godlike Stalwart, right? You know, for the most part, that was their strongest map over the first 2 days of their group in PMGC. And much like this schedule, you have 3 Erangel maps, followed by, well, not followed, in between, sprinkled with the Miramar and a Sanhok. So yeah, you got 6 of the total 10 maps are going to be Erangel, which is a good 60% of your total game. So you really gotta have that map nailed down if you're gonna get into the top 3.
Yeah, it's got to be your perfected map right now. And, you know, for the most part, I do expect that from quite a few of these teams. Hopefully it will be the case. But one Sanhok, one Miramar, it can also be a little bit of a standout map. And I think these states of Imperium, are these going to be the same circle settings as we had in PMGC? That's a pretty big question. I think that will mainly impact your Sanhok in particular. And the late game has really changed drastically in PMGC. So I'm not too sure. We'll see. Of course, we'll see in the first game. And now I think we'll have the answers pretty quickly. But it's been so fun to see how those PMGC circles have been working out. But also don't forget, the Snapdragon Pro Series is also brought to you by DHL. If you guys want to ship anything internationally or locally, DHL is always great for you. I, personally myself, for a little bit of story time, started shipping out some cards for certification out over to the US. And I've been doing it with DHL. No cap, for real. And it's been going great. My stuff has been shipped in great quality, and I got the 10 out of 10 mark on my cards, which means that it's had no issues during shipping. Wow. It's amazing.
Wow. See, I after you mentioned the DHL thing, I started falling asleep, so sorry. You know.
Yeah. Okay, cool. DHL, I hope you liked it, because it's true story, okay? So, okay. I don't know why you diss my sponsor segment. How dare you do that?
No, not the sponsor segment, more so the cards part. Yeah, more the story.
Hey, man, I collect cards. What can I tell you about that, all right? Okay, but we got a little bit of time before we do jump into our
You know what else you collect?
L's.
Yes, boy!
I know you like the back of my hand, Imperium, I swear to God. But prediction time, Imperium. I know we're great advocates of predictions.
Serious,
we love
bro?
them. It is great to do them. We'll have to deal with it eventually. Are there any teams, I know we talked a little bit about the teams, but are there any teams potentially with some of the names or the team names just for the memes that potentially you would like to see a little bit of a step up from them?
Well, okay, look, the 3 teams out primarily that, in my opinion, I'm looking out for is Black Cobra, One Piece Esports, and VGS Esports. More so between who we've talked to leading up to it, what we've heard in interviews, and namesake what we have experienced in the past. Outside of that, my eyes are wide open to see what these teams can pull out. Curious if you have the same opinion yourself, though, Max.
I will say, I'm going to pull off a very Imperium-esque answer. All teams have a chance to perform. I don't have one favorite team. I think they all have a chance to get the first chicken.
I can get behind that.
Was that a good impression?
Yeah, it was.
Spot
was.
Right.
I was expecting something like a leprechaun or a pot of gold sprinkled in there, but
I wouldn't do that. That's beneath me. I'm not going to lie, but we'll have to see. As ladies and gentlemen, we're getting ready for our first game here of the tournament for the Snapdragon Pro Series PMCO Open Finals for the African region. And don't forget, top 3 is the place to be if you want to participate in PMNC 2022. To open your gates of potentially making it in PMPL and become a PUBG Mobile Pro player. We'll have to see how that's going to be going. But Erangel, of course, interesting to see how things are going to be panning out. But compared to big tournaments, like your PMPLs or your PMGCs, your PMWIs and such, like, you have a lot of scrims in the background where you have time to prepare, adapt your drops, adapt your rotations. Here, because of how the Snapdragon Pro Series tend to work, you don't have a lot of time after they qualify to this event. So my question is, these first games on like the first Erangel, first Miramar, first Sanhok, are we going to have those maybe messy drops, or are teams going to try and hopefully adapt on the fly?
Oh, look, they're certainly gonna. There should. I wouldn't be surprised if there's an element of messy dropping coming along. A few scragglers going down
messy?
early on.
The game.
Not. I know. Not Lionel Messi. I know. But yeah, it's definitely about kind of finding that balance of dropping clean to begin with, playing your own game, but being vigilant of where other teams drop. You're right. Between time and also the fact that because the open qualifiers wasn't broadcast, the teams don't have too much information on the other teams around them. There could have been scrims that were set up in the meantime, but that only gives you a little bit of information because 90% of teams don't play scrims in a serious way, so there's always going to be that difference. That's why it is a big question mark on what we're going to see from these teams in these first couple of games. So even if you go down early, if you can gain as much information as possible in terms of where other teams are around you, where you dropped, how you saw other teams rotated, that will really help you in the later games today and of course tomorrow.
This is unfair. Star Divine's got 7 players. What's this about, right? No, okay, don't worry. They do have 4 players, guys. Okay, don't worry too much. It is how it is. But yeah, we'll see. Otherwise, plane path is going to be more on the northern side here from the west to the east coast, so most teams will be able to get to their drop. And if you are dropping onto Sanhok Island, you can just drive there. Okay, don't be too lazy about it. You can make it. No worries about that one. But yeah, I said we'll have to wait and see. And seeing from the minimap, it seems like we do have the newer version of the map applied for this lobby, which that means that Stolba, if you're looking at Stolba, you've got those little, like, I don't know what you call them, like those cabins that, you know, take you up like you're going to ski down a slope.
Oh yeah, I didn't
cool.
notice that.
You
Not
have
gonna lie. Interesting. That is interesting. Look, the phase zone circle is primarily on the southeast side of the map. You have a decent chunk of the island in play. So outside of you wanting to put all your eggs in one basket for a military island finish, a good chunk of that phase zone circle is somewhat out of play. Priorities in terms of locations of this phase one, I'd say kind of Prison Hill, Lumberyard Hill, in between Farm and Mill. That could be great spots if you want to go center. But I also reckon that a lot of teams, give or take, are going to play quite passive because it's the very first game of the tournament. You don't want to make any mistakes, and we talked about it. The more aggressive teams will take advantage of that, and we can see that that's exactly what the side of Black Cobra AF are doing, already picking up a knock and elimination.
Okay, they said during the interview, right, they're feeling confident. They're really gunning for it right now. They're just exuding confidence in that first little showdown. Like, we spot one player, just go take him down. Boom, extra elimination, 1 point on the board, already looking great, and already on the move, which is good to see from this team, and I think that they're not too far from the circle. They should be fine, but as you said, I think that teams are going to look to stand out by being aggressive in the lobby. As we said, there hasn't had time to maybe scrim as much, and I'll maybe not as used to as one another. That shock factor alone, Imperium, I think could be enough to just make a statement in the first day and hopefully create somewhat of a cushion in the first day of play.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. Good start across the board from Black Cobra picking up that elimination. And this is what we had talked about even as the playing pass was kicking things off, the scraggler effect that we can see. When you drop in the early parts of a tournament, unless you've been able to do a variable amount of information gathering, dropping split is very dangerous. Even if you go to PMGC, and I know it's a weird thing to compare, but if you go to PMGC, in terms of last week, Group of Death, we had a hot drop in Gaka, but here's what I loved about that hot drop. Both teams dropped full squad in the same spot because they recognize that, look, we might get contested, but if we drop together, we have a higher chance of, you know, winning that contestation, whereas if you drop split, you have a much higher chance of losing players early on. So I want to see that corrected in future games.
Yeah, that power fight, that power versus Nova fight in Gakko actually was very interesting, and I think that it took some time to get to a point where it was like comfortable between the two teams, but I think it's a really good display of what to do in a situation where you are contested on your drop and how to, you know, adapt and maybe leave the position, which I think eventually is what Power did. They just left south of Gakko after that and just like, okay, we're not willing to take that fight anymore versus Nova. We took too many L's. It was a bit of a rough time, and at least no Power did make it to the survival stage, I do believe, so it is good for them at the end, and they'll have to fight Nova again. We'll see how that's going to be potentially working out.
Because they learned. Because they learned.
Yeah, they made the change.
You know, sorry, apologies to anybody listening. Like, we're kind of going on about the PMGC, but the one last example that I want to bring, the game that they didn't hot drop, they won. Right?
Yeah.
The game that they didn't contest. So again, just it's the learning process. That's why I say it's so important that you gather information from every single game and you learn from it. If you make the same mistakes over and over again, you should not expect a different result.
I just like that we got a player called Gohan also. So I'm loving this. It's amazing. We've got so many anime references in this lobby. It's absolutely beautiful. But yeah, that adaptation, you said, changes, things like that. We want to see them happening. And yeah, we're sure we're talking a little bit about PMGC. I think it's kind of the biggest tournament of the year, and it's a good point of experience. I wonder if some of the teams here and players I've been watching, I do suspect that has been the case, because I think it's a really good repertoire of what should be done and what should not be done. And I think that teams can try and learn from that as much as they possibly can. But so far, I have to say I'm happy. We only lost one player. I think that one player is not happy, but all the rest of the lobby are looking good. Okay? Didn't have those weird, messy early game stages we thought might happen here, so it seemed like there is some preparation being made, some studying has been done by these teams and players, so I'm sold. It's great. Loving it.
And give or take, there's been a pretty healthy spread of teams dropping in different areas of the map. The playing path was a little bit more heavily north, but even then they've kind of gone down south if they've wanted to. 7E moving down on towards Military Island, also the side of Leaders Esports, they moved down to Military Island, going all the way to Novo. Then on the western side of the map, you have Chaos in North Georgia, you have OP down in South Georgia, and VGS Esports now starting to rotate around the south of Everest and are going to look to swing their way into the edge of the western side of the circle, but it is a little bit kind of blocked by a couple of teams that are hanging on to that western edge because of that playing path.
I think the playing path wasn't really an issue, and I think the teams just made full usage of it. And sure, it might have a few that to stretch their drop location, but overall, it was definitely not too much of an issue for these teams. I just really want to start. I'm just thinking about the map Imperium, and I really want to see a Stolber finish and teams using those cabins to like go up because it doesn't explode, right? That's a cool thing. You can actually use as coverage. I'd feel bad if you get naded in that way, but we'll have to see. But VGS, no, an org that we have seen quite a bit. We saw them in PMWI as an org, was not the same team, of course, but yeah, it is an org that has a little bit of backing, though, when it comes to the African region, so intrigued to see how that's going to be working out. Nagato taking a nice spray down on Savage, not going to result in any knocks coming on through, but just a little bit of a tickle, a little bit of damage sprayed on VGS just to make sure that they know not to mess with this position.
It's a little bit of kind of like pushback effect, right?
Yeah.
You take the shots, you puff up your chest, you send a team that arguably aren't in a position to fight, they're rotating, right? That is the advantage of being a little bit further ahead and into the edge of the circle. So I like that from Nagato. The rest of the team, if they're able to follow it up, you have that double effect. And yeah, VGS are very, very heavily split at the moment.
Yeah. As long as they don't lose any players, you know, I'll be completely okay with that one, but you do take a risk that if one player's knocked, then there's almost no chance to get the res. You're pretty much done. So, yeah, it was a little bit risky, but at least they didn't lose anyone. So, you know what? We're going to count the wins. And so far, that is a big W they took, taking that fight versus Top G, which is another team name that I find very interesting. I don't know. It's just always so funny because when you go to your PMPLs, your PMGCs,
I know, right?
There's always orgs and they're like very serious names. Then you got like these tournaments where you can just have, you know, some fun with your team names and player names. Which there's a small part, there's just small things you got to appreciate in life Imperium, and that's one of them. Because if it was PMPL, you wouldn't be called One Piece Esports.
You know what I appreciate?
What?
You. You weren't expecting that, weren't you?
No, you're normally not that nice to me. What's going on?
I know. I like to throw a curveball in there every now and again. As One Piece Africa still hanging on into the blue of Phase 1, taking their time, and that's not a bad strat to pull off when you kind of have a higher calculative idea that there's going to be teams kind of blocking you into the edge of the circles. Just kind of take a little bit slow and hope that the teams that are in front have forgotten about you. Top G, they haven't forgotten. Yeah, take some shots. One Piece are scrambling to move away, but because there isn't that much cohesiveness from Top G.
Oh, easy nade. Oh, Tom's been cooking the nade first. I think he's going to get the initial shutdown. Does run away from the tree. Nicely done. Does good trade-off between the nades so far, between Yaya and Tom, but One Piece Esport currently in the circle, so there's the extra time factor for Yaya. He has to leave the premises. Not too easy to do. I don't believe he has a car currently nearby. As Tom, he's just got a lot of extra coverage with those rocks, so he's down to the battle of nades, and that was his last nade. If it doesn't hit, it might be game over. And he does hit the car, but not the player. At least if he wants to get to the car, he's going to have to run a bit. And he's just pushing out in the blue a little bit. So much damage dealt by Yaya, actually, with the M4. Trying to smoke it up now, but the rest of the team of One Piece might want to come in and assist it. So I still don't think Yaya can make it out. Yeah, it's rough.
Plus, you know, already One Piece have lost a player off the back of that. Raki went down as far as I know, if I'm not mistaken. So Top G know that they have a body advantage, which is now where they can kind of support Yaha. And credit to Yaha, he's backing off extremely well. He's playing a quad calculator, but he's still knowing that, look, Phase 2 is fine to hang on in the blue. And gotta give credit to Top G. It may not work out for them as well in Phase 3, Phase 4 because they're staying quite a while inside the blue, but they're still reacting to this situation quite well.
They're playing the church area too. He's got some great elevation, some little dips, really hard to fight against it. So it was a good foothold, but I think they understand, okay, seems like Top G have found a way around this, so we're just going to leave the area, and they're just like, okay, it's not worth holding on anymore. Let's just better focus into getting a good position in the circle. We didn't quite see the map shift, I do believe. I think you have, because you got an extra map I do not have, Imperium. But where did it go? Spoiled.
It went over onto the southwest. But here's the thing. There's still a good chunk of the phase 2 circle that is inside military base. I'd say it's about 45% between the military island and water. I say it's still going to be a mainland finish. That coastline position that you do see the side of Darkness Africa hanging on to is absolutely perfect. Plus, Cobra, Black Cobra Africa, AF, bang on in the center, looking very good in between Potato Hill and Farm area.
It's an amazing transition area. The main issue they will have with that position is if it goes to Sanhok Island, which there's a chance. There's always a chance, right? But
so you're telling me there's a chance?
Telling me there's a chance. Yeah, there is. But of course, right now, if you're looking at this circle, you know, and you're just going by experience, I would say that there's a big chance it's going to go to mainland. So far, the position of Black Cobra is absolutely fantastic, as you already stated, Imperium. The team's going to try and like scramble, find himself a decent spot in the circle currently. But yeah, so far, pretty standard game. Still only lost 2 players so far in this game, despite the first player being eliminated very early on. So it seems like teams have been having some great macro, great rotations. But as we have seen, because of that first circle, we're still technically in like, that first circle was technically a phase 2 because a lot of the land was just not playable. It was a lot of water in play. So despite the game being sped up a little bit, teams have been, I think, reacting in a really good way, which I'm impressed. You know, there's small things like that that make me think that the future talent for PUBG Mobile Esport in these tournaments, you know, to have a good future.
110%. That's been something that's we've already talked about. That's been growing time and time again. As phase 3 is about to grow itself and pop up. And my
I told you there's
God,
a chance. I told you.
You cursed it. You cursed it, Max. And that phase 3 shift, all the eggs in the basket that were laid down by the 2 teams of leaders, Esports and 7E, have cracked. And by God, are they damn good looking eggs, because they can just hold on, hold tight, and watch all of the madness sprawl along around them as every other team, the other 14 teams, look to scramble their way into this phase 3 circle. The one benefit is because that phase 3 does primarily shift away from one of the bridges, it does open that western bridge up. But when you have 4 or 5 teams potentially on each bridge, it's only going to fit so many teams. This is chaos for game 1, Max.
There's already one team on the other side of the bridge too, so you know there's going to be that bridge camp situation potentially unfolding. But from what we're seeing right now, it seems like some teams are doing what I think is a really smart play, focusing the western one. Because you had the circle that kept shifting over to the east, and you're like,
I don't disagree.
If you want to go for a wide rotate, sure, you also have a little bit of blue zone tick damage. I think the western bridge is a good play if you do it early, that is. If you're doing it now, it's a good play. In the next minute or so, it will start to be a little bit too late.
Of course.
So I want to see teams potentially, you know, pull the trigger on that rotation right now. Otherwise, maybe try and go for like the swim, or maybe go for another rotate with boatate. Maybe,
exactly, boatate.
That's an option.
Boatate, actually, because nobody will expect it. When you have phase 1 military island kind of predominantly, like 80-90%, yeah, a boatate is more likely going to be thought in the minds of the teams. But in this kind of circle, it's not going to be the case. But this is absolutely crazy. You know, teams are just trying to survive in this phase 3. It's not going to be any easier when phase 4 pops up. As of right now, I can see that there's 4 teams on that western bridge trying to find it. Look at that. It's absolute chaos. I think that's High 4 DZ trying to find a way in SO as well, but they're fighting in towards the blue. Yeah, I feel sorry for the teams in this kind of circle shift that we saw.
High 4 DZ will be the first team to be able to cross. No, this is still a good timing. This is, I would say, a little bit late than I would prefer, but sometimes you just got to stretch that rotation, and it takes time to get to the bridge. So I'm okay with that. We'll see, of course, in the circle itself if they can get himself in a decent spot, though. Oh, not in a good spot, Imperium. That's Star Divine. And they're just getting rained upon with bullets led. Blanca getting himself what might just be 2 easy early points for his team, and that's it. Oh, man. It's not looking good for Star Divine already. 2 players down, 2 players in the water, and it's not even assured they can make it to the coastline because some other teams already pulled off their rotation, so...
Yeah.
Can they survive? It's not looking too good for Star Divine already.
No, it's not. Darkness Africa doing a solid job of just kind of holding on to the coastal line of this mainland. They can stay there, but the next circle has popped up and it has gone down to the southwest once again. We are guaranteed to have a military island finish for game 1 in no way did we expect that to happen. The side of Swap Morocco looking to take advantage of Ultima Rage outside of Milta.
I feel like the play for Swap Morocco is just clear their backs, eliminate all the teams trying to cross
Definitely.
the bridge. So of course, off the back of that, you're going to get potentially a lot of eliminations and then try and cross because you know you're not going to get backfield upon, which I like that play, but you've got to commit. It needs to work out great, and you need to lose no players. Rigal on the front line, going to go for the spray down with a UMP. Great peek over, had the information with that third person. And we'll see how the fight's going to be potentially continuing for them. Things are a little bit at a halt right now, but Swap Morocco have one player, Crazy, knocked on down, instantly going to try and go for the rest, but they're playing so well around those small ridges, using that third-person perspective, and Glock is just making sure he's keeping everything in check.
You touched on something that was so perfect, Max, and it transcends onto kind of most teams in this lobby. This is not the kind of circle or the circle shifts where you're going to be able to realistically rely on those placement points, right? We said that the early games of most tournaments, teams tend to look to try and rely on the placement points in the late stages of the game. This is all eliminations, baby.
This has to be the old circle settings. This is not PMGC settings, right? Because we have too many hardships in a row. You will not see this in a PMGC game, I can tell you. So teams have to adapt the hell out of these circles right now. And Hulk, he's gonna, smash these fishes in the water, I guess. I don't know. I tried to do a joke with Hulk smash. I don't know. But regardless, he just, like fish in a barrel, trying to get every single point he might just get. Alarat taking himself some nice shots. And keep in mind, Imperium, that the snipers, a lot of the snipers have been buffed in this most recent update. So if you have good angles on things like that, that bolt action could come out tremendously strong in these games.
Citizen goes down, 7E just having a little bit of a fishing session in the seas of Erangel for game one.
Miramar?
Yeah, I know. I nearly sipped. I didn't quite finish it. Thank you very much. No, you always have my back. Hulk just finding it. But also, Black Cobra, they started this game with the first elimination. They've added 3 more since. And they're inside Military Island on a fantastic beachside position. They have hills. It's a little bit open, but with a couple of vehicles and a good few trees, they set themselves for a great result in game one.
So I'm surprised, Imperium, that 7E team is not more in the central position, right? Because now they were staying close to that bridge, which I understand they wanted to gatekeep. But they were so much more central a little bit early in the game. And I think that this, now you're going to have to cross so many teams that have rotated around the western bridge side. And I think that that's going to be a major issue. So I think 17 might put all the eggs in the wrong basket, and that might hurt them in the long run. We'll have to see, of course, as here we go. First team eliminated is going to be Swap Morocco. We said it. Good game plan to try and clear all the teams on the north side of the eastern bridge, but if you suffer casualties, crossing that bridge afterwards is going to be a tremendous task at hand.
Oh, yeah.
Unfortunately for them, it didn't quite work out. They do get 3 points on board. It's still something, but you're not getting as much as they could have been, potentially.
7E team, 1 elimination, need to find more. They cannot rely on this eastern edge of circle position as phase 5 is about to show up. That's going to be another team going down. Start Esports down in 15th place, Max.
Not only the bot action, the DMR's got, I think, buffed 2 updates ago. I think
I believe so.
It was the
minimum 2 updates.
Yeah, everything long range has been buffed. I still think the M4 should be nerfed a lot, but no, long range is a lot more dangerous in these last 2 patches.
Plus,
so, if you're able to use it properly and scout properly, it could turn the tides in your favor really quickly.
Plus, you also have to credit the esports team, right? The likes of Godlike Stalwarts kind of bringing the likes of Pika with the mini, putting it into the meta. We saw that a couple of years ago with the DB28. We saw it last year with the DBZ, right? That's the effect of the competitive game, showing these up and comers.
Dragon Ball Z.
Oh my god, I hate you, man. Showing these up-and-coming pros what can be done with these lesser-known guns as the side of 1X NT try just to stay alive in the water.
Just having that snowman, keeping him company right now, hoping to not be spotted out. Well, some teams are going to be moving behind. The thing is, that the next circle is I say that. Already this circle is very improbable. It should not have happened in the first place, but normally the water should not be in place, so everyone's going to be leaving that spot, so it's going to be tough to make it to those rocks, those trees. We'll have to see who can potentially survive as they try and make it over on the beaches. And Black Cobra has taken quite a large amount of free real estate in this circle, and I'm loving it. It's good high ground position. They can now just focus on clearing up the eastern side, and if they clear the east, their future rotations are going to be made so much easier. So if they can clear 100% of the eastern side and get rid of all the teams and players, they're looking like currently the team in the best spot to get that first chicken dinner.
But one team going up against 11 around them, it's going to be tough to control all of that area just as a full squad. So I'm going to be curious how they are going to contend with. The one thing obviously is that you still have a number of teams in the water. You are going to have teams taking each other out. And plus, like you've mentioned, with that great high ground that Black Cobra have, they should be able to pick up a few more eliminations on their journey into potential chicken dinner. Like I said, LS looking good. They put their eggs in the basket of the Merite Island and they paid off. Losing a player doesn't help, but now finding more eliminations will benefit them.
I think it's okay. I actually really love how, I was going to say, I love how leaders Esports are working with a Black Cobra, because they're kind of like a symbiotic relationship. One team is clearing the south, one team is clearing the east, and the team's also in the river north of them. So it's kind of like working out. Then, of course, they'll have to fight each other, but at least they're giving themselves a living chance, both of them, by quote-unquote working together, which I think I do enjoy, but they're still going to be somewhat aggressive to one another. As for Team 12, Darkness Africa trying their best to make it over to this spot, but I don't think it's going to work out. And those nades are looking massive, and Fajita gets it done. That's a double whammy for the nade, and 7 eliminations already. I mean, they're popping off Imperium already in the very first match. They're making a statement that PMNC is the end goal.
Great start to the finals for Black Cobra Africa. We have 10 teams are left. Leaders Esports are going to be the next nearest challengers for the side of Black Cobra, but on the other hand, Leaders Esports, they need to watch their backs. There's a number of teams such as Chaos down to the south of them. You have 7E to the northeast. It's going to be a little bit difficult for them.
I love this rotation from Black Cobra. Once again, they're making sure that they can defend the compound, because that is potentially going to be the game-winning position.
Yep.
You still have to potentially move away from it later, but at least you can hold on to your resources. And they also committed 2 players to the high ground position to clear all the teams up north. So, once again, multitasking, great execution from Black Cobra right now. Loving the execution, but Leaders Esports now trying to get involved versus Chaos. Nice little bit of a spray down from Libina, but not getting much out of it, unfortunately. And he's going to be spotted right on the side by Marley, I believe it is, and he's going to get the knockdown. Marley's taking full control of the eastern side of this fight, and his team is joining him to back up. He's going for the spray down, getting Stefan Lobov tick off damage, but man, Marley's really popping off. As Spark now wants to try and give him back a little bit of his own medicine. I think it's too late for the smokes, mate. You're just getting surrounded. They got 2 multiple angles.
Oh,
the
lovely
smokes are not going
Marley.
to work out. What an amazing Molotov right behind the tree. And Marley, really, Imperium just unlocked that entire situation. He just enabled his team to potentially contest versus Black Cobra later on in the game.
That's what I said about Leaders Esports. They had to worry about Chaos, but I thought it was going to be the whole Chaos team, but it was the Marty show all the way to take down Leaders Esports.
Okay, I wanted to play a new game. No, which player do you think was the MVP of the game? I think Marley already stands out. He has a big standout performance in the very first game, but what even more stands out is this massive spread that's even a wider split now.
14!
It's an even bigger split for them.
14!
Exactly, and that's what splits do. You just know you got the confidence, you defend good positions, get positions when you get information, and can spray down teams around you. You're going to get a lot of eliminations purely by having such offensive splits, and it's been working out great for them.
10 players left minus the 4 Black Cobra. That means there's 6 more potential eliminations for Black Cobra. Could they end game 1 of the Snapdragon Pro Series PMCO Finals with 20 eliminations? That's going to be one ripped away. We are down to 3 teams.
They could get 19 now. Unfortunately, Friendly Fire does not give you extra eliminations. Would be cool, though, if that was the case. A 20-point bomb would have been great, but it's not going to be happening for this first game. Though we'll see. Once again, Chaos just slowly but surely gaining more and more ground by the second. Great position, putting himself cars in decent spots to spray from, and especially those little dips, that ridge, play with that third-person perspective is massive. But now, objective for Hulk Imperium from 7E team is a race for second place. If he can outlive any of these 2 teams, not only can he get a second place and more placement points, maybe steal away a chicken dinner. His goal is playing the waiting game.
Black Cobra are understanding the late portion of this game extremely wonderfully. You've mentioned it already, but even in this current phase, they do have the stronger spread. Someone in the backline currently in a vehicle will look to move around. They have, I believe, somewhat of a 2-2 split in this smaller circle, but Chaos are tightened together. The one benefit of being tightened together is it does open a potential door of trading in a bit of a quicker way. The thing is, do they have their wits about them? I say with Marley on the side and what he has proven so far in this game one, that could be the case for Chaos. It's going to be a battle to the end, and Black Cobra's challenge is in front of them.
It's a little bit of an advantage for Black Cobra right now because they got way more ridges and they can really hide a lot more of their body. So it does give them a little bit of a lead when it comes to that. But that crate, if anyone can make it over to that crate, I mean, mainly thinking of, you know, players of Chaos, Marley in particular, that will be massive after what we've seen so far. That could be a way to negate this ridge being so strong. Or you can just leave that and just stick to the eastern side even more, which it seems like is going to be the game plan. And Hope just gets absolutely rolled over. Marley does not give a damn. Okay, man. He's got to chill out, but he's going to go a little bit further back over to the eastern side. A little bit of a trip. He's just having fun and extra elimination for them, I guess. Okay.
I don't think he was expecting that elimination. I think it was very much a scouting play done.
I stepped on something.
But you take those dubs, and what that allowed him to do is not only did he not go down, it exposed the positions of some of the Cobra players. Communication is going to be so important for Chaos in this 4v4.
It does scare me a little bit because you've got two situations happening here. The ridge has been lost now for Chaos. So if there's enough peeking done by Black Cobra, they can potentially get a spray down, get a knock. But if the circle shifts away from Black Cobra, they're going to be very predictable because you know they're going to have to peek over that ridge. And those headshots could be very easy for Chaos. So it's kind of like a win-lose based on the circle. It did shift. I don't know where it went. Can you tell me?
Towards Black Cobra.
Towards Black Cobra. Okay, so is their ridge still in play?
Yes.
Oh, that's massive. The fact that they're registered in play is just going to give them such an advantage point. So currently, it's Cobra's game to win. Very clearly, right?
Oh, yeah. Chaos have to move to them. Black Cobra can stay where they are, use those hills and the peaks to their advantage like you've already mentioned. If Chaos can take control of this, in some way find that first knock, perfect. I don't like that 2-2 split. I think it needs to be a 3-1 from Chaos. It's not going to be enough to take out Black Cobra in my eyes. The trades won't work.
I think a 2-2 split's okay. It's just based on how they execute and potentially what they're comfortable with. So I don't have an issue. But I was about to say...
What?
I was about to say nades are tremendously important.
He took his own teammate out.
Oh, wait, what?
Yes.
It was a self...
No. White knocked Rage with his nade.
Oh, no. I didn't see that pop in the elimination feed. Oh... That potentially ruins everything now. I would just say just crawl and try and get some information for your mates because that's going to be working out. It seems like Black Cobra are going to try and go for a little bit of a 3-1 split themselves. Spray down from Emodi. Going to be losing off the trade. It's a 3v3 now. 3v2. And Chaos down to Marley and White. We saw what Marley was able to do earlier. White's going to be spotted out. And now it's all on Marley. Taking himself to 1v3 against the 15 eliminations of Black Cobra. White and Rage can still crawl forward, get some extra information, but... it's only as far as that can potentially go. I don't think it's going to be working out great for Marley. But we'll have to see. He's currently the underdog of this game. He's going to try and go for the nice spray down, gets himself a little bit of damage, but will be spotted away. And Black Cobra, after some amazing splits all game long in carry him in that circle, is able to secure himself a massive chicken dinner with so many eliminations on board. We talked about statements on the first day. They made a statement in the very first game.
5 for Walsh, 5 for Zahir, 7 elimination for Zahar. Incredible performance from Black Cobra. Yes, those circle shifts on phase 3 onwards were very unexpected, but you can't take away from the spread, from the control, from the position, how heavily they took advantage from all the other teams scrambling around them. Absolute clinic from Black Cobra Africa.
The thing is, they were not even on Sanhok Island in the first place, right? We had two teams there initially, and you would think that they would be potentially in that spot. I think it was 7E team and I think Leaders.
Yes.
Esports already on the island very, very early on, and yet Black Cobra swiftly rotate onto Sanhok Island, get himself a great position. Amazing 2-2 split towards the late game, having 2 players inside the compound, 2 players on the high ground. Just get information while still having a position to bank on if you need later on down the line. Great execution, you know, as you said, statement in the first game is very important. We'll have to see how many points are really taken home by these players, by these teams in the very first match, looking at the match standings. But not ready, I'm told, but it's going to be coming up very soon. Don't worry about that one. But one thing we can say for sure, Imperium, that's a lot of points in the first match coming up for Black Cobra.
Definitely.
Already a cushion.
It was, yeah, already a cushion. It will speak for itself. I want to touch upon Chaos a little bit because I do feel sorry for them. I was really, despite the circle going against them, I was really excited about what they could potentially do in a clean 4v4 fight, right? Yeah, I wasn't happiest with their 2-2 split. I highlighted it, but I'm still excited about what they could potentially, because you countered it with a solid point. However, that not self-nade, but the nade onto their own teammate. Oh man, that is something that you hate to see. It can happen, but it just took away the opportunity.
I remember during that game I was about to say, like, it's very important to have your nades because that can really unlock things. Unfortunately, not unlocked in the best way. Unfortunately for their side,
man.
Chaos is very important. Hey, you know what? It happens to the best of us, unfortunately. To me, it happens every single day almost, but in this lobby, you probably don't want to do it because those small little mistakes, that's what going to enable plays happening for the other squad. So it could have been a Chaos win, but still Chaos, despite not getting himself a chicken dinner. Also, a massive first game.
Yes.
Himself those 12 placement points and also so many limbs. Like, I think they got double digits also this game.
Oh, really?
Like, it was a really, really strong performance. And Marley in particular, he unlocked that entire situation so early on in the game. Like, Marley, I would have to put out there maybe as my MVP of the match.
Oh yeah, 110%. The solo standout player across the lobby, yes, because he was the playmaker in that engagement against leader Esports for sure. And he put their team in that spot for the chicken dinner. But in terms of team, look, we know, Black Cobra, Africa, absolutely spot on, and they can kind of really carry that momentum as well as the cushion into game 2, game 3, game 4, and of course game 5 today.
You know what, man? I'm feeling energized after that last game. I can tell you. What also makes me energized is this amazing monster. But it's green, so I am very, very poor my decision making. But you have, that's a good. Is it? I never tried that flavor. What is it?
It is Punch Energy.
Punch Energy.
Oh, Pacific Punch to be exact.
Pacific Punch. Oh wow. Okay, being fancy over there.
Pacific Punch to be specific.
I should have took that. I should have took that because mine is green and we're using a green screen, so not the smartest decision of my life, unfortunately, but it's zero sugar, and that's great, and I love that. Zero sugar.
I also have
the
the white one as well.
Okay, I didn't ask you to flex Imperium. Did I ask? Okay, who asked? That's my question. I have my can. I'm happy about it. No, okay, doesn't count. Whatever. But still, thank you very much to Monster for supporting the Snapdragon Pro Series. Without them, this would not be possible as one of our many sponsors for this tournament. But Imperium, once again, we talked about it. Statements being made. And in this first match, games like that, it was not just a great showcase of team play in general and how they were going to be taking those fights from both Chaos and also Black Dragon. Sorry, why am I saying Black Dragon? Black Cobra. Yeah, dragons are cool too. But it's just that the macro was good, the micro was good, the communication seemed good, the splits were good. Like, I can't really spot out anything that was done like poorly. And that's really, really impressive in, spotting it out in this stage of a tournament.
Definitely. I do, however, want to give all of the rest of the teams a massive pass for that game 1, right? I try to be forgiven in the early games of a tournament anyway, because you're finding your bones, you're finding your form. But especially that game 1, yeah, it was a cluster truck of madness when that circle shifted down southwest onto Military Island. I do think teams do need to be aware that there's more ways to get into the island than through a bridge, right? There are more ways. Think outside the box at times. But again, still a massive pass, and I hope that they aren't too hard on themselves because that was wild. So wild to deal with.
Despite the circle being, as we stated, really rough for a lot of these teams, right? Really hardship that I think not many teams expected to happen. I still saw some teams that at least were trying something. The success maybe was not there, but I'm mainly thinking of sort of Morocco. I think that tried to make a statement on that Eastern Bridge side and really tried to take control. If the plan worked out, maybe they could have been a team to just sweep all of the East and be in a really good spot. Who knows? But at least you saw potential, and potential is great when you see it right in the first game. But with that said, we're going to head on over to a very, very short break. And after that, we'll be ready for our second game of the day. We'll be heading over to Miramar. See you guys in a bit.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
You're a star, you really won my heart. Number one, yeah, you're my favorite part. I follow close, go wherever you want. Let's go. You know just what I want. You know just what I want.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting
Black Cobra Africa off to an amazing start as we're going to look through with the Oppo moments to see exactly what was going down. And Imperium, once again, we're talking about how good the micro was, how good the macro was. So many good things were played, but as you said, the one nade from White onto Rage. Now that I see it, it hurts. It really does.
Yeah, it's like we're looking at the highlights, and that is the only highlight. The only highlight is just that nade from White onto Rage. Yeah, so that's I don't know.
He died 6 times to that nade. We get it.
I think Ted, our producer, is just you know, stabbing that knife into chaos.
I don't
Feels
know
bad, man.
I don't know if you see a lot of those Bollywood movies. You have those Bollywood movies where they have like a lot of action and they just replay the same action like from multiple angles, like 20 times. It's like it's like the same thing, but with the self-nade on the teammate.
Oh man,
it's just the best thing. I don't know. It's amazing.
I do have to, on a side note, credit Black Cobra, even though it's so obvious. it kind of sums up how good their team performance was in how quick they were to react upon realizing that nade happened. It was so quick from them.
Yeah, really quick reaction, and also really a lot of points coming in for Black Cobra Africa in their first game. 33 points total.
Wow.
That's a great way to start off the day. And yeah, overall, especially getting themselves that one chicken dinner. If it does go down to a potential tie later on down the line, that one chicken dinner could be a difference maker. So not something to overlook right now.
25 points. They are ahead of fourth place team. Remember, the top 3 teams go through to PMNC, and you mentioned it before we went to the break that cushion is so important for Black Cobra Africa, so they need to try and build on that going out in the next game. It's so typical. We talk about it all the time. When you have a good result one game and you go out in the early game, you negate the positive of that previous game's result. They have to. I'm not asking for another chicken dinner, but another result of, let's say, 6, 7, 8 points would be the perfect start in the first 2 games for Black Cobra to kick off some good momentum. On the other side, 7E team, they may have scraped into that third, but they did have a good showing on the northeastern side. Remember, they were one of the teams that kind of put their eggs in the basket of the military island, so I'm really happy to see the strong result that they got in the first game to close out the top 3.
Yeah, I think it was just Hulk that was trying to survive as long as he could for some extra placement points. And you know what? 10 points. After that, you get rolled on by, I think it was Marley, that just came out of nowhere.
Yes,
just roll him over.
Yeah, it was Marley.
It was something. Something to point out. But I still think this could have been 7E team's chicken dinner. Hopefully they're going to potentially look back on that, because I think they had priority when it comes to this position. And I think they wanted to play too much of the East when they could have played center. Of course, there's different things, like some teams want to play edge, some teams want to play center. I think even if you're an edge team, I think that the play there is to go center, go for a similar split to what we saw from Black Cobra.
Yeah.
Maybe it works out, but at the end of the day, it's very small things. And I just hope that in that situation, they can look back on that game and say, okay, we could have done this better. Let's change things up for our next games.
And that's where I look at Leaders Esport as a kind of a even more unfortunate kind of negative aspect. I think they were in an absolute great position, and I said about 20 seconds before Chaos engaged on them, they need to worry about Chaos to the south of them. They didn't focus on them to the south. They were a little bit too distracted in other areas, and yeah, they paid the ultimate price by going down. They only got a handful of points for it. I did notice as well the team in I think 4th or 5th got 0 eliminations, 8 placement points, but you got to get some eliminations on board. You cannot have these games with 0 eliminations. You will go down the rankings very, very quickly.
Yeah, I want to avoid that as much as possible, but I mean, it's just a first game, right? At the end of the day, changes, adaptations, we're hoping they're going to be made in these following matches. Now for the next one, we're going to be heading on over to Miramar for this next match. So you know what? I'm hopeful, and I think that we saw already some amazing things. Some teams, as you said, from like SWAT Morocco, willing to make these big calls, these sometimes maybe overly aggressive calls, but just show some really strong decision making. And I think that the main issue that we have a lot of the teams, I think at this level, at least in the past, has been hesitation. Teams are like, oh, we don't tiptoe our way over. We don't know what to do. Do we go aggressive? Do we go passive? There's like that hesitation, and that hurts a team. Decision making, even if it's a bad call, as long as the entire team does it together, I think you're already way better off if you do something like that. And I think that SWAT Morocco, just for that alone, and that decision making over on the East Bridge, shows to me that this is a team, though, that if given the right situation, can maybe close it off with a chicken dinner. So I think that there were one example, but many other teams, like the wide rotates on the Western Bridge, were another good example that teams were willing to make such a, an outlandish play, even though I think it's a pretty normal play, but teams were willing to put the effort into that rotate. So yeah, I'm hyped up. I think that this is the best start we had to Snapdragon Pro Series like ever, pretty much. Yeah,
definitely an absolutely fantastic start for sure. And look, when you're talking about rotations, and especially in the early game, you know, we kind of somewhat hyped up One Piece Esport, like not so much hyped up, but of course we gave a little bit of a stretch to it from our conversations with Alaraf. The rotation wasn't bad in terms of the timing in phase 1, but they weren't together. They weren't cohesive in that rotation, and we saw kind of top G spread them out, lose a player and stuff like that. And despite how the circle shifted, that does worry me on how One Piece are going to be playing in the likes of the Miramar game, which, yes, you can send a scout forward, but on rotations, especially in the early game, and especially in the lobby where you aren't 910% familiar with where the other teams are, you got to be able to rotate cohesively as a unit so you're able to react quicker as a unit. This is a team game, Maxon. One Piece, I want to see a bit more togetherness when it comes to the early game rotations.
I did like their hold on the Church of Pachinki. I think that was a good play overall. But
Okay,
I think
fair.
That's where things started to get a little bit, maybe too slow to some extent. Of course, I didn't have the map for you, so I can tell you exactly what the rotations were happening on their side. You know a little bit more than me on that one, Imperium. But as a whole, I think that One Piece is a team that I think that was still a decent play. And
Okay,
it comes down to potential, and I think that we've seen some potential from quite a few teams in that first game. We'll have to see. But our top 3 teams to look out for, of course, you can have yourself your Black Cobras to look out for after that great first performance, and No 17 also going to be up there, and Chaos also. So 3 teams to see if they can follow up this great start to their Snapdragon Pro Series with another strong performance, maybe another chicken dinner. That we'll have to see. But Miramar, completely different battleground, Imperium, and hope to see who's going to be the kings of the desert.
Can we rename Chaos to Power Rangers? Because they have red, they have white. All they need now is like kind of, you know, either pink, black, or yellow in their roster, and they have the Power Rangers team. No?
They could.
And we can be like, go, go, Power Rangers! Do, do, do. No, that'd be probably copyrighted anyway, so look.
Nah.
One can dream, right? One can hope.
Yeah, you can dream.
Wait, you call me cringe with your One Piece memes? Come on, man.
Oh, okay, I'm just going to overlook that. Otherwise, it's going to turn out an outgoing war. Okay, it's not okay. But plane path, not the best. Unfortunately, I think that's a good topic change right there. This plane path is absolutely horrendous. Going from like the eastern side of Junkyard over to Los Higos, pretty much. Not the best. If your team likes to go for El Pozo, La Cobreria, Water Treatment, which are pretty popular drops in Monte Nuevo too, you're going to have to really stretch your way out to try and get to your drop location.
Yeah.
So hopefully, teams are going to be aware of their surroundings when they're dropping down, seeing if there's a few enemy parachutes around them. But otherwise, I'm seeing 2 teams currently in Impala, I believe it is. So, interested to see how that's going to potentially work out.
Yeah, I feel sorry for the teams once again on this playing path, because with only 2 Miramar games in the finals, you know, you kind of want that first one to give you maybe the biggest amount of information on where teams drop cleanly, whereas when you have a playing path on such a weighted part of the map, such as the southeast, it does take that element of information away. Phase 1 also doesn't complement the playing path by it being quite northerly, so it is going to also skew the potential rotations from a few of these teams. So yeah, door wide open, and you're just going to have to react as you can. We do see a number of teams in Los Leones, Max. That's Chaos, the second place victors, or well, the second place result from the first game, not off to a good start.
I think we saw Chaos, 1NT, and another team right there, or Ice Team 7, so Top G also in that position in Los Leones. So some interesting early fights, and unfortunately not looking too good for Chaos. Already suffering, was that 2 casualties? 1 player flushed, 1 going to be flushed also very soon after that. We've seen some Winchester players coming out also from Mons. So that's some interesting weapons to see being used, not too common in the early stages, but there you have it. Some interesting early fight, and White is just going to run away because he's scared of a potential nade of Rage. He's like, no! Oh, he's dead. Okay, he's safe. You're safe, White. Don't worry. Cool.
Toxic.
That's how I play my games
toxic.
as you, Imperium. I just run away from Imperium. I'm like, leave me alone! I want to get naded by Imperium. The worst.
I'm going to refrain from commenting on that because
you know
I'm
it's
a nice
true,
person.
Imperium. Don't try and gaslight me into thinking I'm okay. You know what you did. Okay.
The 2 teams that dropped down by Impala, as I changed topic, away from Max's French toxicness, haven't really so much engaged on each other, as one holds onto the city and the other holds onto the kind of warehouse area to the east, to the west, across the road. An early rotation coming out from the side of High 4DZ, so that's pretty good. for them to kind of take advantage of where they dropped and where this phase 1 has popped up, moving on to cruise the Via. You have water treatment. Hillside is a massive area of the map to lock down in the first couple of circles. We see it on phase 1. The shifts aren't guaranteed to go in a certain direction, so you are going to have to kind of be aware of that. But again, that water treatment spread has massive information gathering for phase 1, phase 2, and potentially phase 3.
Yeah, that's the thing about Miramar. You know, if you can get yourself some good high ground positions in the circle, scouting is always going to be just so strong in general. Though, I do want to talk about this phase on circle as things tend to like calm down a little bit in Los Leones, it seems. I do like the fact that we are seeing Ultima outplayed, leading the outskirts of Los Leones, so that's really nice to see. Though, sorry, Impala Wamisen, trying to get himself just a little bit more of high ground, get some extra information. Good to see. But talking about the circle, we know we had that circle from the east of Junkyard and also going to the position of Los Egos. I think that if you're two teams in particular, I think it was Swap Morocco and also VGS, you're dropping very southern, like you're in a very southern position. I think that if you look at this circle, it gives you such a good potential for an easy rotation in the early game where no teams are going to be really contesting you, which is you follow that highway on the west.
Yep.
Such a good entry point because you know because of the plane path, teams are going to be or in center circle or over to the eastern side. If you dodge all of that, go for short, a long, rotate this phase 1. You got the time. Rotate west into the western side of the circle. I would like to see those two teams pull off that rotate. If they do, I think that will be just a great macro call out.
We're already somewhat seeing that for Darkness Africa. They're down on towards the south side of Picado, grabbing a couple of vehicles and on that somewhat highway, not so much to hell, but hopefully to heaven, inside this Miramar map. And that's a great bit of tidbit information that you've put out there. Indeed, when you have such a harsh playing path on one side and the phase 1 circle doesn't complement and kind of goes on the other, you kind of put that 2 and 2 together. You give yourself 5 as a team and say, okay, well, we're going to rotate on the other side. But with that, you're going to be taking longer to rotate. So you got to make sure that you time that rotation in the best possible way. Don't leave it too late. Don't let too many teams get ahead of you. You're allowed, especially in a map like Miramar in the early game, to let kind of 1, 2, max 3 teams ahead of you. But any more than that, and you're putting yourself under a lot of pressure in the next couple of phases.
That's the thing. When you're looking at IGL's role in the team in particular, I think that you got a lot of important skills, you know, keeping the team together, strong communication, yada, yada, yada. Like, all of that is very important. But I think that one of the most important skills, and one thing that I think I'm decent at, and I think that a lot of teams, especially in PEL, are good at, which is one of the reasons why I think the region as a whole in PL is so strong, is being able to know how a lobby is going to react to a circle, and especially how teams are going to react to a circle and a plane path like duo. You're going to have the plane path on that side, circle's going to spot there. Entry point is good to go there because teams should be in this overall vicinity, right? I think that that's one of the important parts of an IGL to be able to spot that out and pull the best rotations. But yeah, macro is always something that I can just nerd out on for like hours on end because I find every situation so interesting. But I think that once again, that's one of the best things to see. But we've seen a lot of Winchester play and Simple just out of nowhere getting headshot, head blown off. I mean, sorry, man.
It's interesting because the negative that I gave about kind of One Piece from their first game, and that could potentially come up as a negative in the second game, is exactly what 70 have done. It made sense for them to go in a more northern rotation, but again, despite it being a very kind of southwest plane path, the very start of that plane path was quite complementary to kind of the northeastern side of the map. So they got to know that there's a little bit of a higher chance that a team is going to be hanging around that vicinity when we're 7.5 minutes into the game. And when you rotate in Miramar, I'm going to say it again, you got to rotate as a cohesive unit. Because they didn't, it was so much easier for a player from their team to get picked off.
And then you have Blanca from Darkness Africa. He's like, well, you guys have teams? Wait, I wasn't told about this. I thought this was solos. What's going on? He's just getting chased down by VGS. And he said it. Push it as a unit, push it as a squad, and you're going to be in a really good spot. Hope going to try and initiate the door open. Blanca's going to be able to get himself a knock, but will not get anything from it as he gets absolutely mowed down by VGS. And yeah, VGS, this is a good rotation, a good spot to be in the circle. I like it. And, well, if you're Darkness Africa, you were split, you took a risk, and you got crashed upon, so not much you can really do there.
Which, like, seems like it was the highway to hell for one of the Darkness players. Or Darkness Africa, and it's actually interesting because there's a band called The Darkness, and they play kind of rock music, very much influenced by AC/DC, who have a song called Highway to Hell. I'm making all of the connections because I'm just an absolute joke. It's great.
I love it because it really hits the core audience of PUBG Mobile, doesn't it?
Doesn't
like, we all know,
I know
that every PUBG Mobile player out there is like 35, and they're all going to get those references, you know? I think the youngest PUBG Mobile player I've ever seen was like 27, maybe. So, no kids play PUBG Mobile. It's a real
and here's the thing, I wish I could say the same about all your memes, but honestly, so many PUBG Mobile players love anime. So honestly, 90% of your memes are very much within the PUBG Mobile culture.
Yeah. That's why during the World League, you were taking all my memes away, and you're like, "That's mine. That's mine. I want to be down with the kids. Look at that. I want to be down with." Oh, okay, I'm just joking. Of course, World League was a fun event. I like that one. Okay, too far.
It's 2 years ago, man.
I still remember. He stole my jokes. Okay, but Sky, we're gonna try and make his way up the hill there. We'll be able to make it out just fine. He did get knocked pretty early last game. Hopefully, you can see Sky in the late game. That'll be fun to see, but. Leaders, I want to see if a chicken dinner is maybe in the realm of possibilities for them. But where's the team? Where they at? What the hell?
Phase 2 shifted up, it centralized quite nicely, swinging a little bit more towards the east. You still have Water Treatment Hill massively under control in this Phase 2, but also that kind of north of Hacienda San Martin hillside that overlooks arguably Water Treatment, where you know you have that massive ridge and the road in between, is absolutely dead center. There's a little bit of a compound there, so you could easily have a bit of a 3-1 split. I'm looking at Black Cobra Africa as a team who are in that position that can potentially lock it down. It all speaks for itself. They know exactly where they need to be in these first 2 games so far.
Somebody was getting angry almost for a second there. I was like, "Whoa, okay."
Dude, it's just like when teams, you know, click in that way that makes sense for me as a player that understands the fundamentals of a game. It's so good to me, and it was like that's my reaction wasn't passion because I didn't even look at who it was, and then I did in the middle of the sentence, saw it was Black Cobra, and I was like, oh my god, yes, thank you very much, absolutely bang on.
Passionate. Yeah, passionate. That's, you know what, that's a better way to describe that.
Yeah,
yeah,
always.
Though I have to say, if I am disappointed in one thing so far in this game, I would say in this entire tournament, I mean, it's only the second game, is the fact that One Piece team, One Piece Esports, have no players with the name of a character of One Piece, and I think that that's just a wasted opportunity. And I don't know how to feel about that. So, yeah.
As someone who doesn't watch anime or has never watched an episode of One Piece, what would be the 4 names that you would pick?
Oh, good question, good question. Oh yeah, we'll have a little bit of time. Let me. What? Okay, maybe no, we don't have time. Okay, that's fine. We're just gonna have to go for the fight. Swap Morocco. Gonna have to rock up here on Leader Esports. So far, it's gonna be a 1-on-1 trade, but they can go for the heal off. Not the same scenario for Leader.
No, don't go for the
nade.
No.
Ooh, the nade didn't work out, but that was a risky res, but it works out. But Slibina, that's a sweet off angle, Imperium. It could work out, but you can't really push up too much, and I think the SWAT know that, so they're going on the other side of the heel. Just make sure that Slibina can't really have the impact that they really want. So I think that this is a great play from SWAT Morocco, and they're just making sure that leaders can't really leave that spot in the first place.
I was worried about the reaction from SWAT. I don't agree with the fact that they did go for the revive, but as it happens, it somewhat worked out. You're right. SWAT Morocco do have the strong position. Rotating and repositioning as they did was incredible, but leaders still only have 3 players directly close by. They need to get that 4th forward in a more of a distraction position to take away the pressure from Jelena, Sky, and Spark.
Yeah. Libina is a very important position because this is enabling them from holding that ridge and to stop SWAT Morocco from peeking. Because if you don't have that position, you can peek over that ridge without really getting punished. It is important to have that ridge controlled. But they did deal quite a bit of damage there. The utility is well used up.
Why is Wonder still in the compound? He doesn't seem to be moving forward fast enough. Okay, he is kind of moving now, but like I said, not fast enough.
I am surprised that we're seeing SWAT Morocco getting like almost bullied out of this position, because they had the advantage initially. And they just kind of let it slip out of their hands, which is it's complete opposite of what we saw last game. Like, where they were just so decisive to take that control on the Eastern Bridge, and here they're just letting it slip through their fingers almost. It's very unfortunate. 2 players do make it out, sure, but the 2 other players, it's not looking too good. Do they even have cars? Because they got pushed away from their cars, which is the worst thing. They can't even rotate away from this spot. So they're forced to pretty much take this fight.
Phase 3 popped up is shifted quite heavily down to southeast, so that kind of north high water treatment side has been shifted away. You're looking at Graveyard down on the southeast side where Chaos has locked down, but that sprawling hill down to the compound that is much more heavily in the center of the circle is very, very tempting to make your way onto, which I don't disagree if you get there early. You still have a couple of teams inside around the Hacienda area, which is in the center of the circle, and I noticed that one piece did pick up a couple of eliminations earlier on.
This is a weird push. Libina getting himself in harm's way, does get knocked away. Skydrum trying to hold the peak himself, but does miss out on the fight. Erangel, that was a great spread down to somewhat save the situation with his teammate. And now they've reclaimed control of this high ground position, and look at that! Oh, the teams are leaving. Let's join up and help our teammates. You should have done that earlier maybe, but you know what? Hey, at least they come back, the cavalry's here, they take control, potentially get himself 2 free eliminations, or 3 eliminations. They have to work for it. But, okay, Swap Morocco, redemption is real, it seems.
Do you think that was a little bit of an unconventional but still successful bait from Swap Morocco, where they sent 2 players away and allowed leaders Esports to think that the whole team had disengaged?
I think when that
kind
first
of
knock... Sorry, go for it.
No, that's where I think their logic was. I don't agree it was the best decision, but that's where I think their logic was.
I think you get that first knock, that's when you commit. At least you get yourself that elimination flushed. You also eliminate the other player on that hilltop because you have 4 players. I think that should have been the play. Then they allow the rest to come on through. They move away from their car, so only 2 players can really leave. I think if they had 2 cars, they would have just left the fight entirely, but they had to come back because 2 players were actually able to clutch out the fight, which was great. But yeah, I think, as I said, indecision is what hurts the team the most. It's a bit rough. Hardshift down south, we've been seeing a lot of hardships throughout these 2 games, and not fun, but Chaos in a great spot. But you know, Imperium, they're going to have to rotate away from that spot later on. So right now, I would say 1NT is currently the team in what might be the best spot.
Really makes you appreciate the PMG circle algorithms. I will put that out there. It's top G, hold on to the northern side of the circle. A road is in front of them. They have the compound, they have the buildings, but let's be fair, they don't really have the safest position, because if they move up that little bit of a hill, they're going to be exposed down to the south side. So they are going to have to really rely heavily on their ability to react to what is going on around them.
See, as VGS now trying to bank up on Hacienda del Patron, which is good. So far, they're just going to try and basically clear all of the northern side, so this is good. This is Africa Champions. Put himself the Champions, we'll see if you have what it takes to be one. For real this time. A Savage get himself the initial knock. Not looking too good for the Champions. Now molly things up.
Lovely.
No! Oh, it's going to spread! Savage, no! Oh, wow. Okay, that just ruins everything for VGS. They had such a good little foothold. They could have stopped the res, but now the res comes on through. He's going to heal up. VGS cannot rock up on this position anymore. It was looking good. It was a good advantage that they had, but one play. That's all it takes, and it just crumbles down.
Hello, Darkness, my old friend. I've come to talk with you again. Africa Champions are gifted a sentimental chance to stay in this game, but Malik is still alive. Gets a knock. His teammate Rio is down on his knees, unlikely to get revived up at this stage of the game. And guess who's coming in from outside the circle? Cobra. Black Cobra Africa. They don't have the center, but they certainly have the confidence to push it and control this part of the circle.
I'd say it's going to work out for Black Cobra, but here we go. 7E are going to try and rock up also on the side. So far, the eastern side of Hacienda del Patron going to be able to hide himself behind that spot. So Mamado not going to be able to really get that spray. But one thing he has in Imperium is 1 singular nade and also 1 Molotov. He just throws it randomly, didn't he? Okay. Oh, he actually worked out. Okay, because for a second it seemed like it was not really like aimed properly, but I guess it slipped under the car and it got it done. But okay, good nade from Mamado. I'm sorry to judge so harshly.
Well, considering the nades and mollies that we've seen so far in the first couple of games, I understand where you're coming from, because they haven't been pretty at the best of times, but with still 13 teams left alive and 41 players, this Miramar game is wide open as we get into Phase 5.
Here we go, another crash is going to be unfolding. Okay, it's Team 17 high for DZ, looking for the breach. Slay, not going to be having the team to really back him up, and he's instantly going to be a casualty. Only one more remaining. He's just going to molly things up, try and just spread absolute mayhem inside the building, which the MG3-2, oh my god, the fire rate of that weapon is like a none other, second to none. So if you can get himself in a good spot, that could be good. Cheeky little nade also. Oh no, it bounces off! Oh my god, so many nade and molly fails today. What's going on? So Tipok got to chill things down a little bit. Maybe wait for your teammate to res up. You know that this guy cannot go for the res on his teammate. Ultimate Rage are going to be down to 1. Okay, get this one right. There we go. Going to try and go down the staircase. It's taking a lot of time, but at least they got the res. This is going to be a 4v1. And he's also getting sprayed through the window. Oh my word. He's given no chance to redeem himself in this match. And the push is just about to happen now.
It's about just delaying them as much as possible. High 4DZ. Slow them down. Hopefully they can get third-partied.
I'm surprised he didn't hear that pin, but hey, you know what? Try to get himself as much as he could. 13th place, 0 eliminations for Ultimate Rage. It's going to go too far in this match, unfortunately. We'll see what they can do in game number 3 later on down the line. But circle shift south once again, Imperium. We have a lot of southern shifts, so this is looking great for 1NT. And it's looking great for the teams that... I didn't quite catch the team that was very far south, unfortunately. I didn't see that was, but there's another one. Who is it?
I believe it was Swap Morocco, as far as I know.
Swap Morocco? Nice.
Yeah, Swap Morocco down on the very southern edge. They're the only team that are down on that south side, just out around the graveyard hills, overlooking all of this phase 5 circle. The blue zone's starting to close in. Black Cobra, okay, not already up to 2 eliminations. I thought it was 12, but that's the amount of teams that are left. Make that 11 as 34 players are alive. Africa champions go down.
Still 4 eliminations to boot, but that's all they're going to be counting up for this game, it seems. 11 teams now alive are going to try and rush in, but the thing is, you don't have many compounds. It's all about that terrain knowledge. But Marley, his peaks are just so strong so far in this tournament. It's been 2 games, but he's got enough points for the whole day, I would say. Almost has been looking just so impressive as a whole. But they're down to 2. It's Marley and White. At least Rage is not there to nade his teammates, and that's good. Now just going to rock up on this little hilltop, potentially try and create a little bit more free real estate for themselves, but as 2 players, you know that breach is not going to be easy to pull off in Fury.
High 4DZ do actually go down in 10th place. VGS have a mountain decline. Chaos are in between these 2 teams. Top G look good. They've reacted well to these circles. They moved across the road. They're on the northern edge of the circle and still have a full squad up max.
Ooh, this is rough. No one playing center circle. I mean, who really would want to play center? No one. You're just going to get sprayed from all directions at that point. So edge is the way. And I mean, sorry, Black Cobra. I don't know what to say right now. This is just a depressing sight to see. He's just getting sprayed from under the car. Even if you pop the wheels, it's not going to do anything. And that's going to be some free eliminations. Then he got 2. Surprising. So was also banking on that. I guess another bunch. But okay, oh, he got... Oh, wait a minute. Run to Flexi from nowhere. Get himself a few nice shots in. Gets himself 1 headshot, I believe that was. But still going to get himself some nice job. He's knocked, so the res can come on through from Sanchez. But the circle about to shift. Is it going to be another southern shift, Imperium? It is
going to be a little bit. It's more the southwest. You have the road split in the middle. Now, the one positive on that eastern side of the map is that you do have a little bit of a ridge that does protect you. But you're going to have, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 teams all vying for that ridge side on the eastern edge of the circle.
Oh, fun time, but here we go. Team number 7 is going to be Top G trying their best to hold onto the northern side, but they don't have cars, they don't have anything, just a few smokes and utility to play with, so that's going to be a harsh rotation to pull off. While we are seeing Star Divine actually having a pretty good foothold on the eastern side. Sure, they have to move into the circle, but this high ground
eliminations.
This high ground potentially is going to allow them to get a few knocks and extra information before heading into the circle, so it does give them a little bit of potential, but man, you just can't escape the gaze of 1NT. They just sprint every pixel that moves. They are currently going to be here to decimate, get rid of as many players as possible before the end game.
Top G go out in 7th place, but being very impressed with their performance so far. Walsh is just wriggling around like a snake in the desert of Miramar, hoping he isn't spot out. The hit marker for Zanchi, just trying to find the bullets needed to get the drop onto the final player, Black Cobra Africa. But the thing is, he can't get distracted. There's so many more teams around him that they need to worry about.
I feel like he would be really good at dodgeball. I don't know about you, like I would want him on my team. I can tell you that much.
What do you think I say to 5Ds of PUBG Mobile? Dodge, dive, dodge.
Exactly. I mean, he's already dipped the entire time, but yeah, pretty much it is true that all does apply to PUBG Mobile also. So we go Chaos now, trying to each their way forward, try and gain as much terrain as possible in the circle. Great little high ground for Marley, but the same thing. One NT still present. Great Marley from a distance. He has another nade and another Marley to boot. He could open up the situation, and Marley gets it done. What is he doing with the car? He's just hello? I mean, I don't know what is he doing? I have no idea. Marley's just like, what is happening? I'm just scared of what's unfolding under our very eyes, and he's going to get rocked up on right now. And he does actually win the fight on a slither of HP. There's no way. Can he clear the entire team as a 1v3 right now? Marley keeping the dream alive for Chaos in the hopes of another third place, potentially just looming around the corner. Gets the info, and that's 3 eliminations in that fight. 6 eliminations total for Marley. And he's already focused on another player. This guy just cannot stop Imperium. He's just going to continuously frag out.
This is Marley's world, and we're all just watching as the side of SO, that is, of course, Swap Morocco, who had that Southern Edge all to themselves. 2 eliminations are into the top 3. 1xNG into the final moments of this game, but the circle has finally shifted away from the max.
I can't lie, Imperium. I've seen that loop-de-loop with the cars right in front of Flexi right there. My dream is one day to see a team use it and get a finish with that. But I know it's not going to happen. But you can dream. A man can dream right now. Flexi gives himself some nice spray downs, but he's peeking for too long. Punished by
Second time he's done that. Second time he's done that.
Happened quite a bit, and now down to 1. Do you really have the time to go for the res? Yes, 20 seconds before the circle starts pushing against you, so that's enough time for a res and hopefully a heal up, but that's your only chance. That is your only redemption arc. After that, you're pretty much done, and while you're looking at the side of One Piece Esports, they're looking in a really good angle to stop their rotation from happening, so One Piece currently just holding the reins when it comes to that fight.
It's still Swap Morocco's chicken dinner to lose, in my opinion. One Piece dropped in Picado. They had some pretty easy rotations into this circle, despite it being quite crazy. They were playing on the high grounds of Picado Hill earlier on in the game. They moved down on that southwestern hillside, and they played towards this loop-to-loop area of the map. Swap Morocco 3-1 split. It is perfect for them.
Spray down from Sanshi, gets himself some decent damage, but does actually get the knockdown onto Tom, so that's it. Spray down, that's their 7th elimination from that spot. At least they were able to get himself a few decent points here and there, so at least they did make some use out of it and also hold on right until 3rd place. So that's decent points, 17 points total so far, minimum if they go out right now. Baraki gets the info, does not spray, and Flexi's just in the open. Flexi's taking some big risk right there, and I think he understood. He was like, maybe a bit too risky right there, but Iraqi spotted out, and he's gone. And now the main threat to this team is now gone for 1NT, and they're going to get himself another nice knockdown. But Sanshi does get taken down eventually, and now it's time for Swap Morocco Imperium to take control behind that crate. You can't deal with Impulse. One more spray is all he needs. Hits another bullet. One more is all you require. Even one more is not enough, and he goes down to the blue eventually, and that is it. Swap Morocco Imperium. We said it. They had potential in the first match, and they secured themselves the 2nd chicken dinner of them.
It was only...
Ultimate outplayed. Sorry.
Oh, was it Ultimate outplayed?
Sorry. You said Swap Morocco?
Yeah, that's what I thought it was. My humble apologies, boys. Indeed. Ultimate outplayed with the chicken dinner. Like, look, it was a kind of chicken dinner that was a little bit, I don't want to say handed to them, but with only 3 eliminations, it's quite obvious that a lot of teams around them did the brunt of the work required. Like, even on the Southwest, nobody was really hassling them. All the teams that were kind of on the Northeast, Northwest, and the Western sides of the circle, but they still close it out, and that's something to be said. I'm also looking at this side of 1xNT. I think they had a very good result despite the circles kind of going towards them, taking advantage of the compound and the high ground that they had was incredibly valuable. Flexi needs to make sure that he doesn't peak for too long. Peak shoot. That was twice that he got knocked in very silly circumstances. You're not gonna be able to have a third chance at that down the line. You got to clean that up. But other than that, yeah, pretty decent Miramar game.
And then you got Marley, just like, wait, you guys get knocked? Cringe? Like, I don't know, like, that doesn't happen to me. I don't know. Marley's still on fire these matches so far. Definitely the MVP. He was at, what, 6 eliminations, I think, maximum at that point in that game, which is insane from this guy. But yeah, impressive stuff. I think that this is a game where I'm seeing maybe a few flaws for some teams. Not like outlandish flaws, but I think teams trying to do almost too much. I think that VGS is a good example of that, trying to like clear all of that harsh terrain, northern side towards Hacienda del Patron. I think that was maybe a little bit too much of a stretch. I think the team should understand, no, that position maybe not worth taking the fight, because chances are the circle's going to move away, which it did. I think teams should just try and roll things back a little bit, chill, just play edge if you need to, and get some better opportunities, I would say, that way. But overall, you know, we saw some good plays, and especially we talked about those southern rotations that some teams could do, and Ultimate Outplayed were one of the teams that held that high ground position for some time. It is tough because a lot of the teams did not have good positions to bank on. Like, you sure had some like dips, a few rocks here and there, but like nothing substantial to hold on to, and they just made full use of that information. And every time a team would have to rotate, you would get punished. So yeah, Ultimate Outplayed have some really good, I would say, control of an open finish like that.
And like Top G as well, playing on the northern side, the circles had shifted away from them. I thought they had an absolutely fantastic game. I was really impressed with some of their movements, and their cohesiveness was quite viable. You know, Marley may stand out as a player from Chaos, but let's be kind of honest, he's carrying the team at the moment, and that is something that will crumble if the team don't come together. It's a team game, so we really need the rest of the players to kind of find a similar level of gameplay than Marley.
Yeah, we'll have to see, of course, how things are going to be working out. But that's going to be it for our second game. And congratulations to Ultimate Outplayed. We'll see if they can get himself another chicken dinner in our third game of the day.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
You're a star, you really won my heart. Number one, yeah, you're my favorite part. I follow close, go wherever you want. Let's go. You know just what I want. You know just what I want.
And that's Miramar done and dusted for the day. But what a game happening here in Imperium for our first Miramar for the Africa region. And Ultimate outplayed. Sure, we might have thought it was another team, but they made a statement at the end. They were the team to get himself the chicken dinner at the end, and that's all that really matters. And the control, especially sending that one player over to the crate, they were willing to take that control in the late game finishing moment, which I gotta say, not every team would be willing to do. So it's good to see a team go for the play like that at the end.
Yeah, okay. It was good from Ultimate outplayed, and it was also some pretty positive back-to-back decent results from them. They got 4th in the first game with 8 points. They got themselves 18 points in the second game. So indeed, however, and even though we're only 2 games in, it's a pattern that I want to point out. 0 eliminations in the first game from Ultimate outplayed, only 3 eliminations in the second game for them. So on the elimination side, I'm worried that if they don't step up their aggressiveness and kind of only try to play in the circle, come, game 8, game 9, game 7, when we're into day 2, other teams will have understood that, countering them, put them under more pressure, and the results don't go their way. They slip out of the bottom 3. It's just something I want to point out. However, first 2 games, well done to them for grabbing that chicken dinner in the second game.
The main issue, the reason why we advocate so much for around the 50-50 split of placement points and also elimination points. If one fails, you can still rely on the other part and still get yourself a few points that way. Right now, I'm looking at Ultimate outplayed. 23 placement points, 3 eliminations, as you said. If they get one bad game, they're not going to be able to just get eliminations out of thin air, right? Because they are a team that's all about placements. If they have one bad game where they get 0 or 1 placement points, that's going to set them back significantly compared to the rest of the lobby that is very close to a 50-50 split. Even just 1 NT is not the best split, but it's 9 elimination, 13 placement points. And they're only just 4 points behind Ultimate outplayed without really being that impressive late game team, right? They still just make it towards the late game somewhat, a few eliminations down there, and they can still keep up. So I would agree. I want to see Ultimate outplayed get such a few extra eliminations, and then we'll be like, okay, they have what it takes to not only be in top 3 because they are in 3rd place right now, but remain up there for the long run, which is what you really want to do.
One Piece had a massive bounce back between game 1 and game 2. Game 2 was much more successful for them. They got themselves still only 3 eliminations with 10, but it's still 13 points considering again how they played in game 1. Big bounce back from One Piece.
Yeah. So another team that's lost was one is going to be 1NT, and they get themselves those 20 points on this game. Not the chicken dinner, but it doesn't matter as they were able to really bank on that compound. Unfortunately, that's too big. Goes to show, if they still had 4 players alive making in that compound, and they had especially the utility to make that cross happen over the road, maybe it's their chicken dinner. Unfortunately, they didn't have quite the numbers to deal with Ultimate outplayed. They had still 4 players alive until the very end, but it was a good compound. And we stated at Imperium early in the game that compound was going to be strong. And I think that, sure, one of the players, I'm not going to say who, was getting knocked a little bit too much, but they did make the most out of it for as long as they could.
Yeah, they did indeed. And once again, Chaos being carried by Marley, getting themselves 17 points in this second game, and that will put them under, that will help put them well within the grasp of the side of Black Cobra Africa, and you can see it right now. 3 points divide these 2 teams at the top of the standings, Max.
Then 12 teams difference between Chaos and Ultimate outplay. That's already pretty comfortable for both teams, Chaos and Black Cobra Africa. As you said, I would like to see a little bit more than just Mali, potentially, for Chaos. That would be a good thing. But it's still they're enabling Mali to do a lot of these things. Not the last match because it was a duo, but there's still some semblance of setup for him to be able to perform the way he has. So I do enjoy it. But yeah, One PC Sport, a little bit of a bounce back. And as you said, we still want to see close to that 50-50 split. It takes a little time to get there typically, so there's only 2 games. I'm not going to harsh on that too much, but
no.
Teams at the bottom, poor thing. 1 game, boom, you're back in the race. Ultima Rage, Darkness Africa, High 4DZ, Leaders Esports, What Morocco. It doesn't matter if you're too far behind. Definitely. It is okay to have a slow start, but as you said earlier on the pre-show Imperium, don't let that set you back, okay? Don't let your mental game be crushed by 2 bad performances at the start. It's only 2 games out of 10. It's nothing in the grand scheme of things. Just a drop of water in an ocean of games. So hopefully they can do a comeback and get close to that top 3 competition.
And when you really think about it, 24 points divide 16th place and third place, right? And that probably, like, okay, will extend a little bit more as you get further into
That's
the
one game.
finals. But again, yeah, that's one good performance. So we will see these standings constantly shift throughout the games between today and tomorrow. Again, to go back to PMGC last week, the 3 teams that qualified for the finals were completely different than it was at the start of the final day. So you're dead right. Do not let the first 2 games affect you as little as possible anyway, right? Turn it around. You got another Erangel game coming up. Might be a lot more familiar territory. Like, I've seen potential from Leaders Esports, right? They may only have 6 points, but I've seen a little bit of sparkle. On a side note, I did make a mistake. I said it was Swap Morocco's ultimate outplay, but I have seen a little bit from Swap Morocco as well in that previous Miramar game before they got taken out. So there's something for you all to take on board coming into this next game.
I can't believe you did my boys HVVP dirty like that, also by referencing PMGC. I know what you're doing, Imperium. You had to reference it, but it is true, right? The standings couldn't change.
Yeah.
In a 4-day tournament on the last day, and it can especially happen in a single 2-day tournament. It's not 6 games a day, it's only 5 a day. So
yeah,
even if your team's at the bottom, it's fine. We're not like, even if your team's at the bottom, we're not asking for a 20, 30-point game, right? Even just a 10-point game is fine. The one thing you want to avoid at all costs is allowing that length to grow game after game after game, because that's a very slippery slope to potentially die on. You want to keep getting some decent points where the teams ahead of you don't keep growing that gap. If you let that happen, you're going to get to a point after potentially today or at the start of tomorrow where that gap is not going to be able to be closed, and you want to avoid that once again at all costs. So yeah, just a decent points down there is what I want to see.
We all love the drama of a massive result, right? We all love the story of this game that kind of goes from 0 to hero with a gigantic result. But fundamentally, what I'm always looking for is I'm looking for progression. I'm looking for consistency. So right now, the teams that are in 16th place, kind of on 2 points, 3 points, give or take. You kind of go into next game, get 4 points. Into next game, get 6 points. Into next game, get 8 points. That kind of progression is always what I'm 9 times out of 10 looking for. Because if you have the volatility, you don't know where you're going to finish. I don't know where you're going to finish. And honestly, it's just going to leave me more frustrated because I'm going to know what you're capable of. But when you don't hit it consistently enough, it's a lose-lose.
I really think that's the worst thing that can happen, is when a team gets a banger game like every once in a while, but then they got really bad performances. Like, we know what you guys can do. Just stop doing these, like, sometimes, unfortunately, I'd have to say it, stupid plays. We do see that happen. Teams like, wow, this was amazing, and then the next game is like the most, like, the weirdest plays. I'm like, what the hell is going on? You want to avoid that at all costs. It's clearly what I would say. And I'm looking at the 1XNT logo. I'm seeing the space on the X is not, like, centered, and that's really triggering me. I'm triggered. I'm annoyed. That fixture, because I'm looking.
Ted, can you just like put the 1NXT logo full screen for a second? Well, no, not for a second, but for the whole game. Just the okay. Just to trigger Max, but okay.
The spaces.
It's fine.
Are not the same.
But yeah, of course, the top 3 teams in terms of it's from the previous game, by the way. It's not overall. It's from the previous game. Red, White, Rage, and Marty. It's chaos. Really, just looking to create a lot more chaos into this third game of the day. I'm hoping that we do have a little bit more of a normalized playing path, followed by a normalized circle. Scratch that first Erangel game off the charts. Don't worry about it. Let's focus on a bit more of a healthier phase 1 in the second Erangel game.
I feel it's going to be the case, but once again, thank you so much for joining, everyone. We're ready for match 3 of day 1 here for the Snapdragon Pro Series PMCO Open Finals. I said it right, because Imperium, I know you were trying to make me say it wrong before the show started. You were trying to write some...
What was I trying to say? What was I saying?
You were trying to mess with my head to try and make it so that I would not say the right tournament.
No.
What did you write already?
No, I never do anything like that. I don't know what you're talking about.
I got him writing our proof. You wrote Series Pro PMCO Open Snapdragon Finals 2022 Split Full. I hate that to such a degree, Imperium, that you tried to make me... I can't remember.
But you did say it, so it worked.
No, I said it right. Now I said it wrong, but that was because, like, just for context. I had to. For context also, this is a good playing path. So that's a good.
Oh, it's a
good
beautiful
context to
play
start off
path.
with. Yeah.
Beautiful
And then you have
play path.
Circle centering up on Zaki. Hopefully not.
So interestingly, we do still have a couple of teams heading towards that kind of military island. Yes, it's a lot more familiar to the playing path than it was in the first Erangel game, but I wasn't sure if the teams that made their way to military island in the first Erangel game was simply because Phase 1 kind of had the element in play, but it is definitely the drop spot of a number of these teams in the map of Erangel. That is 7E dropping down on towards the western side. A lovely spread, I might add, on Military Island. Phase 1 pops up. It does have a tickle bit of the island in play, but for the most part, it's a quite clean, complementary Phase 1 that occupies a good chunk of the western side of the map.
This is your standard PUBG Mobile circle on Erangel. Like we
Yes.
see this every single time. This is a great circle to like overall judge how a team will react to a we could call it a basic circle, pretty much like basic circle and plane path adaptation. Seems pretty easy for the teams to see how things are going to be panning out for them. Yeah, so I'm hyped, and I'm seeing those. I didn't see that there's some PMGC ads over some of the walls and stuff. I found that super cool. I always love that. It's great. I love it. Just me? Guess just me.
Nobody cares, Max.
I just love seeing tournaments like in the games, like it's esport recognized in PUBG Mobile in the game. I don't know.
You made that sound so cringe, dude.
What?
Esports
What?
recognize, you know?
Esports stamp of approval. Yeah, okay, I don't know. I'm going too far. I'm going to slip it
No,
down.
you're on a side note. Yeah, I love seeing it too. It's so cool to have it because it
But-
does help merge.
We need.
merge a casual to the esports.
But we need Snapdragon Pro Series banned in the game. Where is that? PMGC sure is great and all, but Snapdragon Pro Series is where it's really at. I'm taking the mic right now. It's maybe a bit much.
You
You'll
okay,
know
bro?
the real pros on the Snapdragon Pro Series. Okay, PMGC's got nothing on these guys.
My God. At the end of the day, every you know, the fundamentals of all strong competitive play starts at the grassroots, and that's why at the start of the broadcast we both kind of touched upon it and highlighted the fact that, you know, PMCO is an integral part of the PUBG Mobile esports landscape. It started back in 2019 when PUBG Mobile esports was just a kind of twinkle in the eye for a lot of players, and it was this kind of pipe dream that we all hoped would become as big as it has. It extended onto the PMCO finals. It then went on to the PMPLs, where we started to see this ecosystem form, but they never forgot about the PMCO. And then it's allowed more teams to then start their careers with PMCO, move on to the PMPLs, of course, hopefully make it into the PMGC. Not going to be a good start for 1X NT though, as they do. No, they end up getting elimination actually and get the revive off. So it is actually a good start.
Yeah, Alexander with a cheeky first elim of the game. Good to see, but 20 seconds on the clock now for teams to start putting their focus on the circle, so it seems like 1NT is going to be trying to make their move over to the eastern side of the circle, while Law or 7E team going to be spotted out and rolled on down. It's a very sad way to go, but it is what it is, unfortunately. That's going to be it for him. Star Divine with also their first elimination of the game. Only 2 players so far got eliminated, but you know what? Because of a little bit of a too large of a split, so something that can be, I would say, pretty easily fixed for future Erangel iterations. That's okay for me. But seeing the first circle Imperium, if I were them, I would want to try and already leave Sanhok Island pretty quickly. I think the looting stage is done, so maybe start thinking of going to the bridge.
Also have a big kind of question mark as to why 7E sent the player so close to military base. They should have known that there was multiple parachutes, at least one team. Ended up being 2, obviously, that dropped further towards the military base. Why split yourself up and put yourself in a position of losing a player by doing that? The phase 1 that popped up, you should automatically actually be looking to rotate as quickly as possible across the bridge and maybe create a little bit of a bridge camp for the likes of Star Divine, whereas by losing a player early on, you've given that information more effectively over to Star Divine. You've taken away your advantage on anything in the first couple of minutes, as well as later on in the game. It's a massive, massive blunder from 7E.
I agree. I think that's a good point you're making. If you created that situation where you know that you got that man advantage and you're not really taking a risk by putting a bridge camp because you're going to rotate by that spot regardless, might as well just capitalize on it, try and get some extra information, a few limbs here and there if you can. Why the hell not? But things now a little bit of halts. Things are slowing down. Teams already started putting off their rotation. So I'm going to bring back the topic to what we talked about last game Imperium, which is what names I would use if I had one team called One Piece. I did not forget because if it's One Piece, I'm never going to forget. So I'm going to bring it back. So I'm going to do 4 names and potentially a sub. But if I had to do 4 names, it would have to be 4 obvious ones, which would be the 4 god tier characters of the One Piece, the Mugiwara crew, the Straw Hat crew, which would be Luffy, Sanji, Zoro, and Jinbei. And
can I cancel out Luffy because it's already a name that's used in PUBG Mobile? Can we cancel that one out?
Oh, okay. If you cancel that one out, I'm gonna have to go for completely different ones. Okay, so if they have to restart, okay, well, we've got a little fight. Gohan get himself.
It's fine. It's just one player going down. It's fine.
It's just one player. Who cares? We're just talking about One Piece. No, so if I had to go with other ones, I would go with. Who would I go with? I would go with Law.
Okay.
Kid,
yeah.
Bonnie. I think it's a cool name.
Okay.
And I would go with Uruj. I think that's also a cool name. There you go.
Cool. That's actually awesome. I was genuinely curious, so I'm glad that you
Not like you know who the characters are.
No, I don't have a clue, but it's still, I've always appreciated learning about something like anime or One Piece, even if I have no idea about the context, because I know you like it, I know you appreciate it, and as your friend, I always try to respect that, right?
Normally it doesn't take that long to talk about anime, but like there's a team literally called One Piece, so that's my excuse.
Of course.
We continue.
Of course, it's allowed. Anyway, good start, by the way, from Ultima Outplayed. They picked up that elimination, so they scrambled down and they're moving in. Black Cobra Africa, who dropped in Pachinki, they're making their way in. We are over 7.5 minutes into this game, and Phase 1 is quickly closing in. You still have Chaos on North George. You have One Piece in South George. They've yet to really move. You still have Everest in play for Phase 1 as a position. Gaka is locked down by this side of High 4DZ, but they haven't really had the successful results they would have wanted. This might be the kind of result that, or the kind of game they could get a result from that Gaka position. And other than that, the center of the circle is starting to get a little bit more heavily clustered.
Yeah. The thing is, teams should be pretty far away from one another because it is Gakka. You got a lot of compounds that are very separated by an extended amount of fields and some good high ground positions that can be played into. Like right now, if I'm in this potential circle, I would play Pachinki Hill. I think it's a really good scouting ground. You're not getting too involved if you're late on the rotate. And it's just Pachinki Hill. It is my favorite temporary rotation to go to because you can have some nice splits that are very easy to regroup if you need to, and you can scout north, east, southwest very, very easily. And I think we saw one team going over there, which I think is a great spot. No, actually, no, I lied. No one's going there, it seems. But it does shift more towards the south.
Wow.
Not going to be too hard to adapt. Not going to lie. I think it's fine for these teams.
Still a harsher shift than I would have liked for Phase 2. Still incorporates. I know we're used to it, but still, still doesn't mean I can't like it. It does still incorporate a chunk of the military island. Ferry Pier and the Ferry Pier hillside is probably the grade A, the S tier position to be in. Don't underestimate Quarry hillside though. That can be very valuable. More so, not directly Quarry, but the hill to the east of Quarry is incredibly valuable. And also a position that was valuable in Phase 1 and just as valuable in Phase 2 that I would have positioned my team if I was playing is a hill that's to the south of Chopsticks. I know it's quite fast, so you have to be careful with how you position your team, but it can be a very successful hillside in these early circles.
I agree, and you got that compound that's a little bit closer, more the western side of the hilltop south of Chopsticks, so it is a really good spot if you can learn to control it. I think it's one of those positions that requires a little bit more knowledge and strong team synergy and hygienic in general, because it is somewhere that I think is a bit dangerous because you've got a lot of angles that can threaten that spot. So if you're just going all willy-nilly with a massive split, it can cause you some issues. So you just got to be aware that it's not the safest spot. It's not like a Pachinki Hill. I'm always going to talk about Pachinki Hill because it's great,
for sure. I agree. I agree because Pachinki Hill is a little bit more defined in its areas. It's kind of like you have one part in particular, you have another, and they can kind of, within reason, coexist for at least for a period of time anyway. So, yeah, I'm glad you made that comparison. Or defined that comparison.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I have been noticed by Senpai. What's going on?
Oh my god, I hate you, man.
Thanks. But yeah, VGS though, playing himself the church area. Can't really go wrong with this position. It's a good temporary spot, even though you know the circle's not going to head northeast that harsh at least. I mean, it's PUBG Mobile pre-PMCO circle changes, so you know it could still happen, but nice little spot down onto Mamado, and they're already getting cars. Are they going to chase that down? They're going to...
Yeah, they should. They should. They should chase that down.
I don't think they should really. I think it's an unnecessary risk right now. Like, you're in a good spot, you've got some good information, you know a team is there. I don't think there's a need. I think you can just maybe, take for a little bit of a wider split, which is what Hope is doing. I like that, but I don't think a full-on crash is needed at phase 2. That's a bit overzealous, in my opinion.
Okay, I understand, and on that point, because it's phase 2, I agree. I do want to highlight a negative. I don't know why Africa Champions rotated to this compound, unless they felt like they had to, based off the pre-fire shots from VGS on the rotation. Fair enough, but again, that is the kind of negative of rotating late in these early circles, is that unless you think ahead, you're kind of forced to make these somewhat panic stops, and then you put yourself in a pickle of a situation. They've recovered, but now they're being surrounded a little bit by VGS, and it's just going to slow Africa Champions' own rotations, and it could potentially hurt them late game. Yeah, they're holding on as a full squad, but are they really in a comfortable position? Hell no.
This is also why I love the position around Church. You got some great dips to hide your cars, so your Dacias are going to be safe. You're not going to get wrecked. Unless an aid comes through, then you're in a little bit of a pickle, but typically it's okay. And this circle, which you like to call Imperium, which is the donut, I still don't like it, but we'll go with it.
You don't like donuts?
I do like donuts, but I don't like calling this a donut. But I get the image. Central circle on top of the field, and also on Longwood. If you go for a Longwood split, like 2 players in the warehouse north of Longwood and 2 players in Longwood, like scouting above it, I think that would be fantastic. So please do it.
If you don't like PUBG Mobile donuts, what is your preferred type of donut? We've had this conversation before, I think.
I think we have.
Yeah,
I think
we have.
This conversation.
I don't know if it's been on broadcast or not, but we've had this conversation before.
Mine, I'd say, is like the normal one, just like powdered sugar on it, so it's just good, no fillings. I'm a basic guy. What can I tell you?
Fair enough.
I like basic stuff. But
Can't
Mandela,
disagree.
see if we get himself some nice little spray downs right now. Getting himself right into Longwood, which I said I think is a great position. It's center circle right now. You're going to get a lot of information on teams moving into the fields area north of you, so can't go wrong with that. Great pickup.
Yeah.
Do it more. Great. Fantastic.
And considering the pinch that they were in against the likes of VGS, I know VGS moved away, but it was still a pinch. They didn't 100% know how quickly or where exactly VGS were. Confident rotation from Africa Champions, so credit to them despite my initial criticism. 70 down to 2 players, Hulk and Ghost, the only 2 players that are left alive, trying to hold on to this compound using that third-person perspective. The best thing that 70 can kind of hope for is that, one, Africa Champions make a poor push in this compound, or they get third-partied by the likes of Leaders Esports down on the south side on that kind of Ferry Pier area.
The thing is, I'm pretty sure they're not aware this is a 2-man team. Like that in mind, I think they would have already breached it. I think it's good for them to breach it right now because you know that you're not going to have a third party because teams are still already spread apart. So this is great. This is the push up against an M249. Oh, that could be a rough weapon to go up against. Especially on that staircase position. If he just pre-fires, it could be pretty massive. On the off angle. Great spray down from Ghost. Instantly jumps out just in case an A comes out in retaliation, which it does, but he's already pretty much safe. And Hawk is just going to try to take matters in his own hand and just misses up on the opportunity, gets punished for his drop down. And that flush is going to be almost instantaneous. So now it's Ghost against the world. Sure, the flush is going to come on through onto Hulk. He's done. And that means that now he's in a 1v4 because you know that res is going to come up. And I would just say leave. I like that. Just, you know, you're not winning that fight. And now that's Warehouse under control of Africa Champions. That could be massive for the long run.
If 70 were up as a full squad, I would very heavily argue that it wouldn't have been as successful Breach play Africa Champions. It wasn't the cleanest. I think the way they kind of sent all 4 players into that one building, you're kind of putting, again, all your eggs in one basket. There should have been one person going into warehouse, right? There should have just been a little bit more in around that. The only reason why it worked out so cleanly without any casualties is because 70 were only down to 2 players. The next circle pops up. It goes more heavily south. I think we've had all 3 shifts go down south of phase 1. So at least it's been consistent in that regard, but still Ferry Pier and Longwood in play for this circle.
I think constantly having hardships is not great.
Well,
at this point, we've been having those quite a bit.
Trying to be positive.
Yeah, there's no positive with these circles, man. I think players are just depressed. I wouldn't be surprised. But Black Cobra gave himself their second elimination with some DBS plays, putting their Damwon Kia in play, it seems. And I do like that Damwon had a little bit of impact on, it seems like, the international meta to some sense, bringing the DBS back into play. Wow. White here from Chaos gave himself some decent spray downs, but you don't really want to hold on to this button with the dodge. He's got himself the dodge. Gonna try and move out for his car while Marley's gonna get rezzed up, and he's fine. He's fine. Don't worry, it's Marley. He won't go down that easily. While EBXB does go for the push down into the window, and he just gets absolutely wrecked. Nothing comes of it, and Savage is there to pick up the pieces for VGS. They want to defend this compound as much as they can, but I'm looking on the minimap Imperium, and a potential third party could be happening as the team is now lingering over that ridge line.
Black Cobra rotated across these first couple of circles extremely well. I'm hoping that I can touch upon it more heavily at the end of the game, but they have set themselves up into great third-party position. VGS looking pretty good. They defended this compound extremely well, and they don't deserve to get third-partied, but that's the way the cookie crumbles sometimes in PUBG Mobile, especially when you're getting into phase 4, phase 5, and you still got 15 teams alive.
Fajita? No, your third party was fine. You don't have to go inside. Oh, why, Fajita? You guys were good. You had a great position. The fight was still happening, yet they breach it. You're just taking a risk. You're going to be caught in the crossfire, unfortunately, on PEL Road, it seems. Now Ash is going to try and go.
Okay.
Giving himself some nice damage.
Lovely
Picks up one,
wash.
misses out on the second.
Where's
That's
the push?
thing. You got so many things happening all over the place. Black Cobra looking so good, and now it's down to Zahar, solo, left stranded, taking a fight in a 1v2 versus VGS, and now they're going to potentially heal up as a full squad. And he just gets prone, and Black Cobra just gets cleaned off the surface of the map. Oh, that hurts. That really does, Imperium. That was their fight to win if the third party was pulled off, but too much.
It was one of the poorest pushes I've seen, especially from a team that looked so strong in the first Erangel game of the day. But I gotta give credit to VGS. All this pressure they're dealing with, and they dealt with it so cohesively. The 2 players that were knocked, I believe, have yet to be confirmed, so they still have the potential of getting back up as a full squad. We've got 40 players left, 14 teams. Chaos got Marty back up to his feet. You said it, he's A-OK, and that circle shift is also A+ A-OK for Chaos as they hold on to the western edge.
I'm angry. I don't like to say
are you Hulk?
I very, and you know me, Imperium, I very rarely say a play was bad or bad cause or anything. That is one of the few times I will say that was not the play. That was not from
Black Cobra.
Yes,
yeah, I agree.
That was not
the
the
agree.
play of Black Cobra. I could talk about that all day. Okay, regardless, moving on. Otherwise, I'm going to get a little bit angry. Okay, we'll see how it's going to move. As Esports just sending spark forward towards that Gitoon, as I like to call them. Unfortunately, the Gitoon will have the best of them, it seems. They just crash in once again. They do get it eventually, but they do spark in the process, unfortunately. And now, chances are the circle's going to be shifting north of that road, but now they're in a great position to make sure the 3 teams in the south, they can maybe eliminate them. That's going to give them a really, really good opportunity to get a lot of limbs.
That was a pretty decent push from Leaders Esports, to be honest. It's always risky when you're pushing a shack like that. It very much is, and they haven't committed a whole full squad. They're 1NT, the winners of the previous game, really kicked off their Snapdragon Pro Series PMCO Finals with a bang in Miramar. Now they have top G over towards the eastern side, but Africa Champions are ready to third party, Max.
That's what it's all about. 1NT getting himself that fantastic double nade. As is. Now even the spray down from Yaya is just looking fantastic. So they're just taking full control of the eastern side of Longwood. And they can keep sweeping like this and remain as 4. This could be a massive game for them, but there's 2 teams up against them. Is not going to be that easy for them. Now, 1NT still as a 4-man crew. A little bit split away, but gave himself a multitude of angles that are just so important. Another nade, smack dab on the middle. Going to give himself their 4th elimination so far. Got to be careful of the backfield. A team is still a little bit further over to the east.
That was either a lack of information or just simply a very poor third-party push. When you third-party like that, you got to commit to it, where they kind of half-assed it, and they kind of stayed back, but they were still exposed out in the open. And credit to Top G, despite losing a player, they still were quick to react. And now 1NT have Top G to contend with Yaya is Yayaing his way into the eastern edge of the circle.
Smokes up, nades, traded back and forth once more. Alexander got himself also a decent angle here to make sure they can negate that push from Top G. Monchains, air force, quick second, and he strikes. Is Alexander there with a PP Bison, getting things done, and now he's going to try and follow it up instantly with a nade.
Have to.
He's going to keep back up. No nade. He's just going to try and go for the spray down. Yaya trying to go for the heal up. Their circle is
they know that.
It's a hard shift over to the east, so they're still in circle, so there's no urgency. Top G can bank down on this position. They don't have to push away. That's great, but nades in that dip are so easy to land. Alexander gets one. The rest just come through. Again, traded Yaya. Yaya is just keeping things alive for his team of Top G. If they can make it out alive versus 1NT, I would say Yaya will be the one to enable it from happening. The nade comes through. That flush is confirmed. Mons and Yaya, the fragging duo, can they hold strong versus 1NT?
With the circle shifting in their direction, they're going to have a couple of teams heading towards them, and Case is going to be one of them, followed by VGS. 1NT are going to go down, and it is real for VGS to get a knock onto one of the Top G players.
Oh, they're shooting right above 1NT from a distance. VGS really gets so much information, and now they're just pushing in, getting that information. Good spray down from Yaya once again to just make sure they know they're here. This dip is theirs. You don't want to be too overzealous and peek too much because you will get punished. Can they spot the one player of one? There's Alexander, he's gone. The main threat.
13 eliminations, Max. 13 for VGS. There's no unlucky number for VGS in this game. They reacted to that circle shift and the information off the back of the shots being heard on this eastern side extremely quickly and extremely swiftly. Yaya's still alive, but by God is he fighting for his life.
Yeah, he's gone. He just knows he's trying to play for survival. He's playing for those placement points. So that's going to be his game. Game of longitude. A game of length. Game of time.
Longitude.
Something like that. Yes, that's the one. He's just trying to survive as long as he can because he wants to try and potentially aim for a top 3 finish. Swat.
One Piece? Second game in a row into the top 6, still up as a full squad. They made their 4th across the road. It's not an easy position to contend with, as there are a couple of teams to the south of them, but because they're closer together, they're seemingly surviving quite well.
I don't think Yaya has any more nades, so really there's no instant threat to their position. They're also aware of this position. They know where Yaya is, so at least they're not going to be caught by surprise. That molly, a little bit random, but it might just connect. Does go a little bit too far. Oh, no, a little bit too short, unfortunately, on that one, but still getting so much damage dealt onto Yaya. Just one bullet's all they need. Oh, just one nade or one molly's all you need. Yaya, he's done. He's dusted. 7 elims over to One Piece, and now they're just taking so much control. They're the only team over to the East Imperium. All the teams are fighting on the West. If they just time it right, pick up the pieces, this should be One Piece's game to win. Now the fight breaks out. VGS taking more control once again.
God!
17 eliminations on the 3rd game of the day right now. Maybe looking for that 20 elimination bomb. It might just be happening.
Domination for VGS, and what's more important is that they didn't suffer a confirmed casualty. The one player that got knocked up is going to get revived. Alarat is the IGL of One Piece. He's going to have to IGL the hell out of the final moments of this game if he's going to give his team the victory. Luckily for them, the circle has shifted over to the southeast. It is in their favor.
It is in their favor, but can they hold the fort down? One Piece, we'll see if they have what it takes right now to claim everything. Fame, glory, and fortune. We'll have to see, but here he goes, popping out forward. It is Savage once again, pulling a Marley from earlier, it seems. He's going to get himself knocked down in the process, unfortunately so. Not himself, at least a car will be, but Savage is still up, running about, trying to give himself some nice
Oh
damage.
my
Malik is there to
God.
capitalize on the spray down. 2 players down, 1 trying to get rezzed up, but that's given so much time, so much freedom to VGS to push their way forward, take control in the circle. Be careful, still one sneaky player right behind you. You might just get third party. Oh, it is happening! Swap Morocco might have just done it, might have just ruined the chances for VGS to get this chicken dinner. Hope, now informed, gonna try and fight back. There's only 1 bandage available, he's gonna try and use it.
Lovely nade.
Just get a little bit of damage, but I'm not too sure. While Aegon,
Aegon!
I think he spotted him out. He tried to spray it down, so good angle.
The smoke blocks it.
And SWAT just ruined everything for VGS. They gave time for the rest to come through, especially for One Piece. And now Aleraf is just going to try and mow down the competition. VGS, can you hold on strong behind that smoke?
3v3v1. Like you said, 1 bandage was only able to be utilized by Kamara. I think a little bit of sustainability is being utilized by an energy drink that was played, but it's not going to be enough. Down like a snake, the damage has been done. Phase 7 going to turn into Phase 8. It's a bit of a stalemate between VGS and One Piece.
So what are VGS going to do? Because they know there's 1 player still behind him. He hasn't gone down to the blue zone. He hasn't been picked up by anyone else, so you know there's still a lingering threat over to the west. When is he going to show up? Not too sure. He also sees the smoke, so he has a good idea where VGS might be currently standing. If he had 1 nade, maybe it could have been possible. I don't see any nades available right now. He has 1 molly, though, for Hope. That's a decent idea. Just chuck it up.
Lovely molly.
I don't think it really... Yeah, it's just a little bit too far from him, apparently.
Aegon can be the difference maker for One Piece in this final moments. Even though he's outside the circle, that's the area of the map that VGS might not be looking at.
I don't think they're aware he's there. So if they start to try and play for the low ground position, that is where Aegon has really come into place. I fully agree, Imperium. His angle can be the maker of dreams for their team. One Piece just 1 step closer to becoming Pirate Kings, it seems. One Piece just around the corner, aka the chicken dinner. That's what the One Piece truly is at the end of the day. Tom knocked on down by Hope. As Aleraf on the front line, just every nade. This is why you keep your nades until the late game Imperium. It can just turn the tide so damn quickly. Savage confirms the elimination. Malik will be knocked away in counterpart. And now Aegon, he's slowly but surely going to try and get involved, try and take more engagement. Aleraf does get traded away, but Aegon gets himself that last player done off Swap Morocco, secures a 2nd place minimum for his team. But chicken dinner is still potentially possible for him. But they have 2 angles. 1 smoke is going to be popped off. He spots him in the distance, right behind that tree. The spray down does not connect at all on his teammate. The smoke comes up. If he can just barely go on the side, he might get it, but this is looking like a losing battle for Aegon. He gets sprayed down, nothing he can do. And that's it. VGS Esports secured himself the 3rd chicken dinner of the day. And man, was that a 20 elimination bomb I saw at the end? I think it might just have been. Because
it wasn't
a performance from that.
It wasn't a 20 elimination chicken dinner, it was a 21 elimination chicken dinner. Absolutely incredible. 10 eliminations alone for Malik in that game. Decimation personified. It got very scary at the end when we had the thorn in the side from Star Morocco. But at the end of the day, on the high ground, they got the job done. VGS Esports, absolutely incredible.
Swap Morocco could have ruined everything, but they just held down the fort so well, stayed cool. And the thing is, VGS have dealt with a plethora of situations this game.
Yeah.
They were third-partied upon net. Well, first they were breaching, then they got third-partied. They won that third party afterwards. Came out on top. I mean, I think that was more of an issue coming out from Black Cobra. I think that was a big misplay.
Still the pressure.
The thing is, that's one mistake that was made by an opposing team. They capitalized on that. They made that position, that situation their own, and really just like claimed that entire scenario. Then after that, there are little teams in the northern side. Play the ridgeline of Longwood. Keep gaining more and more terrain. Third party, another fight happening on the eastern side. They were just doing so many things. The steps they took to get to that chicken dinner were just so well executed every single step of the way. I'm impressed by VGS. That was not an easy game, Imperium. It really wasn't. But the execution made it just seem like easy almost for them to pull off.
3 clinical points in that game. You touch upon it, the third party defending in that compound down towards the eastern side of inquiry was incredible, despite it being a massive blunder by Black Cobra. Again, the pressure was still on. How quick they reacted to that circle shifting down southwest and third partying between Top G and I forget who else it was. And then, despite Chaos not being the best performing team, how quick VGS squad wipe Chaos was more than impressive. It was boom, now you see me, now you don't, and keeping themselves up as a full squad in that was absolutely integral to them cleanly closing out the final moments of that game.
I think one thing we can definitely say in Pyramid is that we've been having some fantastic chicken dinners, some fantastic games as a whole, and fantastic plays from all of these teams. And you know what? It's thanks to Snapdragon Elite Gaming, our main sponsor here of the Snapdragon Pro Series PMCO Open Finals for the Africa region. Thanks to them, this tournament's happening, and also enabling these players to pull off some sick plays. Very clearly, if it's powered by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, I understand why they're looking so good right now. And I think that VGS, I think that if they have it, I would not be too surprised, because those were some sick plays, some sick control of the circle in general. I said I have the impression that the Snapdragon Pro Series, compared to last season, like the first season of 2022, and this, night and day. Like, we're seeing some fantastic plays that I would almost expect in a PMPL almost, which is great.
I think I'm gonna have to reevaluate my kind of thought process coming into tournaments. You know, fundamentally, based on previous experience, I've always had the automatic idea that the start of a tournament is going to be quite slow paced, right? Yeah. But because the level of competition across so many regions is improving, the meta in terms of competitive tournaments such as the PMGC, PMPLs, teams are understanding that you have to be aggressive, you have to be hungry. Yes, being strategically minded, getting fundamentals, getting rotational point, but if you're not able to eliminate, you're not going to succeed. And I've been very impressed with the level of aggression in the 3 games so far.
Yeah, teams willing to take that overall control and go for decisive plays is really the difference maker, I would say, from last season to this season. There's really been a big step up in that aspect of the game. But with that said, we're going to head on over to a very short break because we need a breather right now. It's been too many good plays in a row, and I think we need just to relax for a little bit. So we'll be back in just a few short minutes for our next match for the only Sanhok of the day. It's going to be a good one. See you there.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
You're a star, you really won my heart. Number one, yeah, you're my favorite part. I follow close, go wherever you want. Let's go. You know just what I want. You know just what I want.
they don't want it with me. You got a problem with me? Love, you don't want it with me. Man, you won't ever stop me. Who y'all really got a problem with? Who y'all really trying to solve them with? Who don't really like the sound of this? Who come with me getting down to this? You better step back, get your neck cracked, get laid down where you best step. Better check that with a fresh map. Get lost now with no extract. Like, look, that's all me. Got my number, don't call me. We eating up, that's all beef. You freezing up, that's y'all's team. Cause we don't really lose no more. All about heating up, leaving that cold. You can see me heating up, killing that show. I ain't about giving up, no. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Look, you got a problem with me. Look, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you never gonna stop me. Ay, sound the alarm. We about to go on. You getting it wrong. Time to go off. Can't hold us back. Truth hurts, you always that. My truth lurks, say y'all collapse. Now scoop first where your homies at. Come my team with me right now. My team's on me right now. But what you mean y'all out? It's time to weed y'all out. Okay, we coming back with a vengeance. Time to go start your engines. What is this thing y'all mentioned?
Sanhok is just around the corner, Imperium. But before that, we got a few open moments replays of that previous match. And man, VGS once again playing himself church in the early areas, dealing with some breaches, etc. Just doing so much in a single game of PUBG Mobile. It is wild that they came out on top with so many players alive, especially. It was a wild ride for them from the start until the end.
Yeah, definitely. Thunder being stolen from a lot of teams at the hands of VGS with how strong their performance is. One Piece played pretty handy. Africa Champions showed us something in that game, which I was pretty happy with. Even Top G as well. You know, Yaya was very, very good in that game. So yeah, just overshadowed by VGS across the board. It was a great game 3. Much cleaner circles, despite them being still quite hard shifty. But look, teams should be a little bit familiar with this by this stage.
Hey, look, if the PMGC circle settings are used next year for PMPL, which I have high hopes of imagining that will be the case.
I would like to think so.
I hope that's going to be the case. If you can deal with circles these rough, you're going to go into like the PMGC circle setting, you're going to be just cruising, mate. Like you're just forged in hell, and then just like, oh, this is great now. PMGC circles is looking fantastic. We'll have to see. But no, I believe we have time to look at the overall ranking.
No, it's match standings.
Match rank. Okay, round standings. Okay, I cannot. My ears are just a little bit messed up there. They're ringing because the players have been too good, Imperium. That's why.
Nice defense. Nice defense.
Thank you. But still,
36.
Then on the defense, then on the offense, though. Like, what's 21 elims. The fact that we got like almost a 20-point elimination bomb the first game, and now a 21 chicken dinner elimination bomb. Like when a team gets a chicken dinner, it's not like a small chicken dinner. Like at least for game 1 and 3, is like they're massive wins.
The pace is picking up for sure. We're seeing a number of teams stand out, and the leaderboard is going to show us a lot different across this game. Still Chaos, the consistent team across these first 3 games. They haven't won a game. They've been close in one of the games, but 13, I think 18, 15, those kind of results game after game. I want to kind of put them as the best performing team in today's game so far. I know that might sound weird to say because of what we saw from VGS, but Chaos have generally kind of impressed me the most because of their consistency.
Well, I'll have to say it makes sense, because if we look at the other rankings, they're in first place, Imperium. It makes just so much sense. They're going to pop up here. There you go. First place, 51 points. Without a single chicken dinner, Imperium. We keep rehashing this point that I think exists since before the Big Bang, which is consistency in PUBG Mobile is key. Yes, PUBG Mobile existed before the Big Bang. Don't ask questions, you're going to get confused. No chicken dinners, 51 points on the day with 3 games played. That is an insane amount of points per game coming through from Chaos.
And this is on a side note, going down a little bit further on the leaderboard, why I kind of highlighted Top G at the end of the previous game because I saw something more from them. They were only on 6 points leading into this. They're now in 7th on 23, only 20 points behind 3rd place, right? That is very, very manageable. They've stepped it up, as well as One Piece Esports are in 4th now on 35 points off the back of getting, I think something like 18 points or so in that previous game. So yeah, team standing out. 1xNT still off the back of a great result, finding something decent in the run of form. Yeah, man, this lobby is impressing me quite a bit.
One thing I'm not impressed by, and we brought this up literally last game in Pyramid, at the end of not the last game, sorry, I'm talking about the Miramar match. We said it, that 50-50 split is important. If you're banking on just one thing, if it's just elimination, just placements, you're going to be in a bad spot. Look at ultimate outplay. They were looking great.
Yeah,
one game,
I know.
They get nothing. I think they got 2 eliminations this match or something. Like, they got a very low amount in general.
2, I think. Yeah.
Look at that. They just fell off the surface of the earth there. And still 6th place. They're still in a position where they can contest for that top 3 position to make it to PMNC. But it goes to highlight how important it is to have that balance. And ultimate outplay, don't have it yet. It's a bit spooky, to say nonetheless. So yeah, at least now they have something that they know they need to work on, being a little bit more aggressive, being a little bit more confident. If they do so, odds are they still have that chance of catching up, but chances are I would say you want to have a good finish on day 1, because that can hurt your morale after a first day where you're not in a great spot to contest for that top 3.
And that's why I kind of put so much weight on Chaos being the team of the day so far, because they've been so stable in their results, and it hasn't been stable in terms of passive, like, ultimate outplay. It's been stable in terms of they showed a mix of aggressiveness and they showed a mix of solid late game. Arguably Marty very heavily influencing a number of games, but it kind of doesn't matter at the end of the day, as much as, let's say, not getting eliminations, right? At least they have a player that's able to get those eliminations. That's kind of my point.
Yeah, I think the main threat for Chaos is themselves, especially when Rage gets them there. Okay, Rage is going to be like, can you guys stop bringing that back up? Okay, I'm really annoyed. Okay, it's a joke. We're joking around.
Yeah,
okay,
so
it's a
basically,
goof. It's a goof. Okay.
So basically, not only do they have to contend with Marty carrying them in eliminations, but they also have to contend as a 3-person squad and a rogue agent in the mix.
You have all these interviews in Pyramid where, like, you have these very PR trained teams.
Yeah.
They're like, which is your toughest competition? And they're like, ourselves. It's like, well, literally in this case, it is themselves. But it's just fun and games at the end. They just want.
Yeah, of course.
We'll say the same about VGS. Well, we can talk about. I do that all the time, but I just try and ignore that at the end of the day. But we're certainly going to be getting ready for our next match here. That's going to be heading on over to Sanhok. The most different battleground to deal with for these teams, and I'm introducing this monster. He's bringing it up. He loves Monster. Have you drank? How much have you drank, Imperium, of your Monster? So, by the way,
this is
sponsors the event. Yes.
I think I have like that much left.
Oh, really? But I do you better with my green can. It is actually empty. So.
Can you just put that in front of your face, please?
Why? What would that?
It would hide your face.
Oh, okay. I should have seen that coming, to be honest. I don't know how I fell for that. Moving on. Yeah, Sanhok is gonna be cool. I'm just trying to not take the L on that one.
Just take it, dude. Just accept it.
I don't know. I want to see. Okay, so I'll ask you this question right now. Okay, well, we're on topic of Monster. If you could create any flavor of Monster out there. No, maybe it already exists because I know there's a lot of flavors. But if you could create any flavor you could, what would that be? It doesn't matter if it already exists.
So, yeah, kind of the number one that kind of already exists is ginger, like kind of like ginger ale flavor. Yeah, it's really, really nice. Obviously watermelon flavor, but I think that might already exist.
That sounds like
I think so.
I would drink that.
The other one is, and I know it's a little bit stereotypical and already done, cherry.
Yes, I was actually thinking cherry for my flavor, but not like your typical cherry. There's a way you can candy cherry in Sweden. I forgot the name. But they There's a cool thing. So I think that would be the one that I would go for.
You know what else?
Flavor. Yeah, go for it.
there has to be like a Christmas pudding flavor monster. Oh my god.
Oh no.
Oh my god, yeah.
I mean, I did make a monster cake on PMPL, so...
Oh yeah, you did.
No, I've tested. It was good. I mean, it was banana bread with monster in it and blue coloring because it needed to look green. But it was still really good. So maybe, I don't know, hey, you got to try these things out, man. I'm just saying.
Yeah, of course, of course.
Oh, man, we'll see. But anyways, our game is taking a little bit longer because one sneaky player has not joined the lobby, but that's okay. We'll just... You'll just stick around with us right now, and thank you so much for coming around and checking out some Snapdragon Pro Series to see which teams will be able to make it up. But also, I think it's important to say, Imperium, we do have some extra information when it comes to the format that we were told we can talk about now.
Yeah,
talking about the
enough,
road to PMPL throughout these Snapdragon Pro Series PMCO Open Finals, which is that now teams from Africa will merge with, teams from Africa will merge into 2 possible regions for PMNC, which will be MEA and Egypt. That will be one PMNC for 2022.
Yeah.
And you'd have one that can be MEA, KSA, and Iraq. And I guess that's based on like localization. Where teams live. So there you go. You've got MEA, Egypt, and MEA, KSA, Iraq. That's the 2. And if you're in MEA, Egypt, you'll go directly into Africa region. And if you're in the MEA, KSA, Iraq, PMNC 2022, you can go straight into PMPL Arabia. So that's pretty much how it works out. Maybe we'll have a graphic coming up like later today or tomorrow. Hopefully that'll be great. But...
Should be tomorrow as far as I know that the graphic will pop up. But fundamentally speaking, we've gotten confirmation, even though arguably we didn't need it, but because we had it in the previous split. At the end of the day, this is factually the road to PMPL, and maybe even PMGC, right? You go into PMNC, you go into whatever PMNC it is, whether it's, Egypt, Middle East Asia, or others, and then if you are good enough and you step up your game enough, you can make it into PMPL Africa in 2023. And as far as I know it has PMNC 2022, but as far as I know, maybe I'm wrong, PMNC will be happening in 2023. If that's the case, this is like what a way to end 2022 to qualify for the PMNC.
I think PMNC happens in December.
Does it? Okay.
I believe.
Either way,
I might be wrong on that one.
Then if that's the case, you make it from PMNC to PMPL. Imagine ending 2022 having qualified for your respective PMPL. It's pretty poggers. Pretty decent way to end the year, I would say, right before Christmas. That's what I was going to say, but pretty poggers also works out. But that is not Sanhok. Oh, that's Sanhok. There we go. Well, Sanhok. I thought we were going back to Erangel for a second here, but here we go with our top 3 teams to watch for this game: VGS, One PC Sport, and also SWAT Morocco. And man, we're starting to see some real consistency from some of these guys, and Sanhok is going to be the big outlier. But if we see one of our big teams again pulling off a great game here, that would be an impressive feat to achieve. It would indeed. Sanhok, the circle algorithm is not PMGC influenced, so will be possible to pull off a heal strat. Just to make note of that, how many teams will look to pull that on board? I could see the likes of Ultimate Outplay, who haven't really been elimination heavy, could get a good kind of a Enigma Galaxy influence result. But also VGS, if they could take advantage of the control and the quickness of the reactions from the previous game, Sanhok could be their map.
Just look out who's going to be dropping in Same pretty much, and you should have already a pretty good deal of information of who's going to try and attempt that drop location. I have to see. Also, Cal is a decent spot. We saw teams go for wide splits, and Cal get himself all that juicy heal up loot up there, and just play for the long game. But yeah, heal strat. It's a dying breed, Imperium, the heal strat. It's dying slowly but surely, but it's still here, lingering in the blue zone, and it will catch you off guard when it can. We'll see, but hopefully next year we'll not see as much of it as possibly happening. Now, where's the circle going to go? Which island? Because we've got a little bit of time, the lobby's starting up, so we've got a little bit of time to get rid of.
I'm going to say mainland. I'm going to say mainland. I'm gonna hope for a mainland phase 1. We may be able to fix the heal strat, but the circle algorithm, although it's adjusted, it can still throw into the loop, the kind of 3 islands of Sanhok. I am hoping for a mainland phase 1, because that always, in my opinion, breeds the strongest opportunity for really good gameplay from these teams.
Oh wow, there's so many extra players now. Look at the alive count. Whoa. It's spreading. But
9 players in Darkness Africa.
9 players. Oh my god, that's not a team. That's an army. They're coming in strong. It's fantastic. But yeah, I'm seeing already Camp Alpha potentially a little bit overwhelmed. We got itself a split from 7E team and also some players from Top G. So I seem like 7E are going to have a little bit of a rougher time if they do take that fight. One team in ruins, apparently, it seems. And Star dropping towards that summit position, potentially going for the hill strat. And mainland, it should be Imperium, it seems. I'm going to do you one even better, Imperium. I'm telling you, it's going to go to the Crossroad compound southeast of boot camp.
Okay.
There you go.
I could really see it, because game 1, we were really thinking it wasn't going to be a military island finish, and it ended up being the case. It could be very much be the same for that Crossroads finish, the trifecta compound finish inside the boot camp area for the Sanhok game, despite that phase 1 being so heavily mainland focused. Boot camp is locked down by SWAT Morocco, so they have the central area of the map contained. Top G and 7E have kind of gone their separate ways. Credit to Top G, they've actually given up Camp Alpha to 7E. Arguably, I think they actually could have gotten the better of that engagement, because 7E hadn't really dropped fully together. But however, when you're looking to play the long game and phase 1 has popped up, yeah, why not? Why waste time, and why not just disengage away, play your own game, move in, and then hopefully kind of camp them out on the edges of the circle towards phase 1, phase 2.
I'll have to see how things are going to work out. But so far, a little bit of a slow start for Sanhok, which is always good to see. Like, it does set up your expectations pretty slightly. You're just like, okay, early games, being pretty chill. Should be full squads rotating later on in the game, so we expected some good macro decisions being made. As bootcamp, only one team is going to be SWAT Morocco. They gave themselves all that juicy loot for themselves. And also got themselves a decent split. I think they got 2 players north of bootcamp, like in the warehouse. So it's definitely going to allow them to facilitate rotations based on this phase 1 if need is be.
Okay.
This Camp Alpha is still a little bit of fight happening, it seems.
I think that's, yeah, I was thinking that's Black Cobra, rogue player outside of Paradise Resort, getting knocked by Africa champions. Yeah, I don't know why he's there. When you normally, like, when you go to Paradise Resort, I know we're kind of already 3 minutes in, but when you go to Paradise Resort, you tend not to leave unless it's as a full squad. And if you do send a player out, it's normally kind of later on into the circle, right?
Yeah.
Especially such a mainland heavy phase 1. The negatives of Paradise is that it's so heavily surrounded by walls that when you move out, you're getting kind of very little pre-information, so it's certainly always advisable to move out as a full squad. And that's the kind of effect of, yeah, a rogue player going out on his own. A poor mistake, kind of once again, 2 games in a row by Black Cobra.
It's not even about the timing or where they're... I mean, it is kind of about where they're rotating, because rotating south of Paradise, it's one of the worst terrain areas, I would say. In,
yeah.
Not only Sanhok, but just in PUBG Mobile in general. It's horrible.
It is.
High ground, little hilltops. You got those weird dips also with very little added to them. So it's just tough terrain to go around, move around. If you don't have information, and especially with the first Sanhok of the tournament, you only have 2, but it is a rough thing to do. So could have gone to the east, could have gone to the west, but they went south, and unfortunately for them, a team was there, and they just lose a player in the process. So rough times as Chaos are trying to move away from boot camp. South of boot camp. It's a good position. I love this position. It's great. Again, so much information. Like, there's nothing wrong with that spot from Chaos.
South Bootcamp Hill is an incredible part of the map to have locked down early on in this game. Maybe send one player down to the T-Junction compound that's to the southeast of Bootcamp as a bit of a checkpoint for the rest of the team coming into phase 2. But in terms of kind of slowing teams down that are on that kind of southwest island, northwest island, that are looking to move through the trifecta, which is an obvious rotation point, in the Sanhok game, yeah, it's a great rotation from Chaos and a great position to be in.
It's a great spot. I think that's what our breakdown of the day is. We got a lot of teams taking some great spots so far. So got some
No, it's actually
consistency.
terrible.
Okay.
No,
Unnecessary.
it is a great spot.
That just came out of nowhere. What?
I thought I'd throw a curveball out there, man.
I mean, to be honest, I work on desk with Kalaris and Jason for a long time. I should be used to that, but from you and Pyramid caught me off guard. I'm not used to that.
Well,
we've got Levi. We've got also anime names. We've got Gohan. We've got Levi in this squad. It's great.
oh no. Oh no.
What can you do about that? Unfortunately, not much. Merlin's going to try and hide his way behind. His team is there, backed up behind the wall, so he's going to serve as some decent backup there, making sure he's somewhat safe. The nades will come in, flying in. Could have a decent bounce, but right under the furniture. Doesn't get too much done. And can they really leave? Unfortunately, I don't think they can. I think if they hear the footsteps, they're going to try and chase it down, but he's pushing in with a DBS. And he doesn't. A little bit undecisiveness. It's a bit tough right now, but oh my god, is that a third party we see in From Chaos? I think it is. They got himself a great angle through the door, secure that elimination. And I think that they're aware of it now. I think that...
But ultimately, that was a really poor reaction from Star Divine, despite getting the first elimination. One, you should have... They were all kind of locked in around the compound buildings. They should have reacted with nades rather than body power, you know, in that moment. And yeah, you can see mollies are being thrown in. They're locked in, and yeah, just poor from Star Divine. Whereas, on the other hand, it was a great reaction for Darkness Africa despite losing a player.
Exactly. Mollies would be really huge in this kind of building because it's just going to spread on wooden floors. So if they can use that one, it will be great. So far, none for Blanca. They're still looking to push himself a little bit further here. At least they have two players on the forefront. Another one has a little bit of an off angle to make sure they just secure the vicinity, which I do like. But now they know another team is potentially third-partying this. I think that's just causing a lot of hesitation to arise in their minds. And they're just like, do we want to push it? If we push it, sure, we might win. But then there's a third party. It's just... a lot of issues can be caused by this. So, and you can't really leave it too, because if you leave it, you're just giving an opportunity over to the team you're going up against, which is Star Divine, to then shut down your rotation away from the building. So they're really just locked in place in this fight. And it's just... the only way to do is to have this little bit of a stall-off. Like... stall-off between the two teams. You can't really leave, you can't really commit. It's a weird place to be for them.
Phase 2 popped up. It did go a little bit up north, but for the most part, the majority of the mainland still in play. If anything, more of the Northwest Island is in play compared to Southwest Island, but this fight will finally break out. Lovely DBS knock coming out from Darkness Africa.
I think you're still seeing Chaos going for the third party, but the DBS push from Boss is looking fantastic, and they just have a little bit of damage. Great clear, 3 limbs, and Chaos were not able to have the impact I initially thought, so good on them. But Blanca, I don't know if you saw that. He actually had a few bullets just barely miss next to his head while it was going in the like the wooden walls of the building. So it's a close call, but it worked out great for them.
It's a classic example of the best defense is offense. When they lost a player, instead of trying to scale back, they pushed forward. They threw nades. They took advantage. They recognized that, look, if we're gonna go down, we have to go down swinging. Star Divine weren't prepared for that. They suffered a casualty, and then the pressure was kept on by Darkness Africa. You saw them move around the side of the building through the windows, pre-firing here, pre-firing there, and yes, Chaos did third party, but that doesn't matter. They huddled Star Divine into the corner of that building like a sheepdog. It was so good by Darkness Africa.
They just pretty much wrestled their way out of that really bad spot, out of that third party situation happening. Like, okay, Chaos is going to be a real pain. If we just take the fight, we're really snappy, quick about it, then, and if we win the fight, most importantly, which they did, they're in a really good spot. So yeah, great DBS push, love to see it happen. Karim, oh, I saw the feet. What was happening? Oh, okay, I thought for a second it was going to work out. Wasn't too sure what was going on there. But Modi just catches it out, and yeah, not called the Cobras for nothing, right? Just going to be snaking their way around and get a few limbs here and there.
They're down to one player. I don't know exactly how that happened. I'm presuming it's at the hands of Africa champions. I don't know how many eliminations Africa champions have in this game so far. At the moment, 1xNT with 0 eliminations, but a great position to be in on that North Bootcamp hillside. Phase 2 closing in onto Phase 3 soon enough. plenty of space in around the center of the circle, which is, of course, the hills to the southeast of boot camp. Swap Morocco still in boot camp, by the way, taking a big risk.
Been Loco just getting himself some nice little spray downs. It is still feeling fairly slow for Sanhok, I have to say, but still one team eliminated. I think we're going to start to speed up as we get towards phase 3. I should already break down right now. This is when I should take out the anime references, but I feel in a good mood today, Sims. So I'm not going to spam you with them today, Imperium. That's fine. You're safe. But yeah, I don't know what to really break down. Everyone's chilling right now. Ah, there we go. Got a little bit of the circle. Team's gonna have to move away from the western side of that river, and it. Oh wow! Oh, Paradise potential finish. That's gonna be a throwing a curveball for the teams to deal with.
Great for Africa champions. I do notice that the side of LS leaders Esports have the majority of their players inside the blue. It seems like they're going for a little bit of a heal strat. 7E, by the way, they went to the north side of the map on the rotation, swinging across the bridge onto the mainland, while Top G went towards that trifecta. But they understood the timing of that rotation towards trifecta, and it's long enough that they haven't been affected too much by the blue, and the likes of Chaos have, for the most part, given up their South Bootcamp hillside position. Of course, this phase 3 means it's out of play, so they do shift across the road. I said Swap Morocco were taking a bit of a chunky risk by hanging inside boot camp. That's where it's now kind of gone against them with this circle shift, where they have to try and move up north towards that boot camp hillside, in which 1xNT have locked down, and Chaos will probably see a few of their players from the southeastern side of boot camp. It's always a risk staying in that location this late into the game.
I'm seeing a risk for Ultimate Rage though right now in Imperium, because they're still over to the eastern side, and from where they are, one major flaw does arise, which is lack of information. Whatever they do next, they're going to have no info almost going into the next circle shift, so it's going to be really tough for them to really judge the situation at hand. We'll see how Ultimate Rage can deal with it, because Ultimate Rage actually has been a team that we haven't seen much of. Like, oh, actually, they're in last place. That would explain. That will definitely explain why we haven't seen too much of them. So a bit rough. And an AMR. It's going to be dropping down, which is talking about bolt action being, I feel like, stronger in recent updates. And that could be a good pickup.
Yes, sir. Give
pop
me
the
some of
card.
that. As well as, of course, that level 3 gear, which is so important in these games, especially coming into phase 4, phase 5. It allows you to sustain those bullets so much more as you look to move in. That spread by 1xNT is confident. I don't fully agree with it, because they're kind of 1-1-1-1, but they do have a lot of angles covered.
I would say the one issue I have with it is the fact that they have one of their players over to the east side of the road. If ever they do get into trouble, I think that could be the cross that could cause some issues. But
I don't think that's an issue, but that's a good, it's interesting.
It's just the one where I think like it could take a little bit longer for them to regroup if need is be. Hopefully that'll not be the case, because they have these two players on the hilltop, right? Yeah. That is the one that's going to alert them of a potential fight coming up, and I think that that's just going to give them the time to, have Sanchi cross the road, join up with the rest of the team. Like, it should help them out quite a bit. Though, Mara going to be taking a fight here for Swap. Morocco gets up the first initial knockdown with Alexander actually in the back line. Just making sure the top G just cannot go any further in this circle. Swap. This is a cool thing I like about Swap Morocco, is that they take control of these fights, and they make sure that they are in advantage in their fights they take.
I don't agree with the fact that they stayed in bootcamp for so long. At least they've reacted to it quite effectively, and they've played it with caution. 1xNT, by the way, stole their elimination. Although it's not the nicest, at least they actually know for a fact that there's a team on towards the North Bootcamp Hill, and with this circle centering up quite nicely, it's going to be so difficult for them to move up that hill and in some way get the better of 1xNT. The player that you said that was across the road, to be fair, in some way listened to you, because he moved back up and is joined up with the rest of the team. Paradise Resort is the place to be in phase 4.
It's like, okay, Max, if you say so, just like drags his feet over the road line. I'll make it.
I know, right?
I'll make it over if you say it. But yeah, I think it's good that they've regrouped. I think that's great. They will have to cross the road, so they do lose that anchor point, unfortunately. But that's fine. As a 4-man, you can make up for that without too much of an issue in the next circle shift. VGS, great crossroad action. Unfortunately, this great crossroad action is not in the circle, so they're going to have to move uphill. Against the harsh terrain around Paradise Resort, are not going to be too easy for them. Take a few sneaky shots south of their location, which is cool. I'm okay with that, but now you got to start thinking on moving in. You got still quite a bit of time before the circle starts moving in. That is okay, but against that terrain, better earlier than never, because you want to make sure you just get there early before teams can start like really trying to shut down your rotation.
Just keep an eye on Jubelina of Leaders Esports. I believe he's the player that's going to be heel stratting for the team. He's still in the blue outside ban on the side now, outside the circle. As Darkness Africa now getting into a fight against Chaos. Chaos have been unfortunately affected by these circles shifting away from them, so they are going to have to challenge their way in. Marley's knocked, so the playmaker is not there to make a difference at the moment.
Yeah, the res does come on through though. Marley just going to be able to go for, hopefully for the first aid. Well, they are dealing with Darkness Africa, and they're just trying to surround their foes, try and get himself as many angles as possible. But the circle is already moving in, should I say, is already moving in and around them. So they gotta, unfortunately, just gotta start thinking of not only potentially taking this fight, but getting himself a decent spot in the next circle. They're gonna have to cross roads. Some teams got some high ground north of their location. Like, it is tough. You probably don't want to take it. And look at that. They get third party, just as I thought. Another team is taking the shots from, like, that is what, 200 to 300 meters away. You just cannot escape their gaze, and unfortunately that circle is just rough for Chaos. And I think they're going to struggle to move away. Them and Darkness Africa are in a tough spot.
One Piece as well could get involved on a bit of a third party on the low ground, although they have to move out of the compound into the open landmass of this Sanhok terrain with a few teams around them. It is still a possibility for them to steal a couple of cheeky eliminations, as Chaos just being tickled down one by one. The damage of the blue zone will start to hit these teams a lot harder. One team did go into Paradise Resort, by the way. I believe that is the side of Ultima Outplayed, as far as I know. As far as I know, because I got the team name wrong before. And it is a Paradise Resort shift.
Is it a Paradise Resort finish, though? That's my question. I love the position of Phil RG. That is a great spot. You got the high ground position spot, all the teams south in that really tough terrain that we mentioned at the start of the game. And you can also easily transition back into Paradise if needed. So they are looking amazing in that spot currently. I'm loving it. We'll see how we could potentially pull off that game later on, though. One Piece trying to make their way inside the compound, but VGS are there on the receiving side. Sure, Rio is not there, but 3 players are enough to make the work come to fruition. And 3 eliminations already. This is potentially shaping up like another strong performance for VGS.
One Piece still alive in this game. I think Iraqi is healing up in the blue. So I think a heal strat is being played up by One Piece. Like I said, Leaders Esports do still have their players, 3 of their players on the edge of the circle, 1 player healing up in the blue, so they're kind of playing that, you know, best of both worlds challenge in the fight to get a good result in this 1 of 2 Sanhok game across the finals. And 1xNT going for broke, going for play, and they do get the better of at least one team. Top G are eliminated.
They stood no chance, but another team's going to be there ready to pick them up. 7E. Not sure if they can even survive this one. Carryboy suffering the blue zone tick damage, and he knows he's just going to try and capitalize on that elimination because he knows that blue zone, he is not going to survive it. He does get knocked, which means an elimination will be picked up by a team after that one. But 1xNT trying their best also to hold on with their last player now is going to be Aziz, but that nade is so good. And as I said it, this position, this small high ground position, this elevation with the rocks, south of Bukang, is so strong in Pyramid. Africa champions, currently the best spot, 9 eliminations, looking for the double digits, looking to potentially close off this game with the chicken dinner. It would be fantastic, but clearly, who can beat them right now in that position?
Loco is knocked, but he is getting revived. Slowed down and Swap Morocco are eliminated. 8 teams left. They have the best position. Africa champions coming into this game in 12th place on a total of 11 points, looking to contend for the top 3. Leaders Esports still somewhat surviving on the southern edge. VGS playing through bootcamp, it did shift away from the majority of, sorry, not bootcamp, Paradise Resort, from the majority of the resort, but still that south side being locked down by ULRG. Can they hold on to it?
High 4 DZ, this is going to be the roughest push currently in this circle. First, got to get rid of that one player from Africa Champions inside this building. If you can do so, that's going to liberate a lot of space, but he's still with the 3 players over on the hilltop. And Hassan is trying his best to take full control of that spot. He does not get the job done, unfortunately. Even gets pushed after. They're trying to just get them out of that position. The high ground position just cannot escape the gaze of Africa Champions. And even then, Leader Esports, they're trying to take a little bit more free real estate, taking more control, but there's nothing they can do to survive this fight. And Africa Champion, 11 elims and still counting Imperium.
Ultimate Rage trying to stay alive. We have 2 teams healing in the blue as well. That is, I believe, Star Gaming and this side of Leaders Esport. VGS as well on the northeast side. Don't discount them despite being a player down. I think the revive is looking to be executed. And 6 teams are left.
Got Ultimate Rage and Ultimate Outplayed still alive, and they're going to have to fight one another really, really soon. So it's going to be a fight for the history books. We'll have to see how they're going to potentially pan out. Impulse spotted out, instantly knocked. Maybe creating a little bit more space on the northern side. The circle hard shift over to the western side. This is even better for Africa Champions. They can just clear the teams over to the eastern side, rotate, get the information on the teams that are going to try and leave Paradise Resort after the fight unfolds. I don't know how you beat Africa Champions here. Their spot is just too good. It's too good. As the push is going to be unfolding, Gohan trying to go for the push, but he has very little amount of information, gets knocked almost instantly. And now Snipe and Impulse there, trying to go for the heal off. They should be able to pull it off, but somewhat cornered. Very, very one-dimensional in what they have to do as Leaders get spotted out. And now Africa, this is dangerous. Africa Champions can have 100% of their focus on Paradise Resort. How do you survive the future fight against them? We'll have to see as VGS make it into the future building. They do cross that little street area, which is great. But now they're taking another fight. And it just gets thrown down. Kamara got himself a great position also for Africa Champions. And they're just taking so much control. You just cannot escape them right now. And now is a fight, I would say, for second place. 17 eliminations, Imperium. 18 and still counting another 20 elimination bomb. 2 games back to back. That would be massive.
They may not have 7 players in the side as it kind of looks on the standings, but they're playing as if they do, because this has been domination.
Keen here. Spotted out. They're going to have to push out in the blue, but it doesn't matter. Kamara gets it done for Africa Champions. That is 19 eliminations. As Ultimate Outplay secure themselves a 3rd spot. 2nd place is a player, I believe, doing the hill strat. Star. It's it. That's it. That's chicken dinner going on through, and they're going to be getting themselves some decent points. I mean, Star, before this game started, I'm in 10th place with 17
Star
points.
Esport.
Star Esport, sorry, are going to be getting themselves
No
this
problem.
massive amount of points. So, yeah, massive from them. Going to help them to just climb their way back up. But, man, that position, we have to say, Imperium, that spot that was constantly played by Africa Champion, like, you can't beat it. It's just too good a spot. And the execution on that, too, the fact that they were just willing to get involved in that fight in Paradise was just the cherry on top.
Like the South of Paradise, we mentioned at the start of the game when they picked up that first elimination onto one of the Black Cobra Africa players, the Rogue Black Cobra Africa players, and we mentioned how tricky it is. But when you control it as a full team, it can turn into one of the best positions to have inside the circle. And as it happens for them, the circle kept on shifting towards them, and they took full control. Africa Champions with a very, very impressive
A little goodbye there from Star Esports, and it's just, see ya, nerds. We take 2nd place. We'll take it with an easy heal off strat because it still works. But Africa Champions, the best position you could have in that circle. They control it as a 4-man crew. How do you deal with Africa Champions? Answer is, you don't. You die. That's pretty much it, and they secure themselves a great amount of points. I mean, Africa Champions, before this game, win 12th. They needed a redemption game, Imperium. This is the game that's going to put them back in the race for that top 3 to make it into PMNC.
And this is what is so, even though I said I need to rethink how I look into the start of tournaments, give or take, the results are always the same in terms of teams evolve, teams show up. So what we see at the start of the day is never 9 times out of 10 what we see towards the end of the game. Teams start to warm up, they find their form, they find that golden performance that just gives them so much and gives us so much of what they're capable of, and Africa Champions did exactly that. VGS still had a good game to pick off on the back of a dominating Erangel performance in the past game, but yeah, that was all Africa Champions in Sanhok.
Yeah, I'm hyped to see exactly how many points were taken home by them, because that was just strong performance. Almost a 20 elimination bomb happening there once again. So we'll have to see, of course, if that's going to be happening. I believe we do have a break around the corner, if I'm not mistaken, if I heard that properly, Mr. Producer Man. It is, in fact. Oh, okay, so well, I didn't hear that. I cannot. My ears are just all over the place in Pyramid. I do not know.
Getting old, man.
Exactly. I'm telling you, man. I'm becoming a boomer right now. We'll have to see how things are going to be potentially panning out for the future, because I'm in a bad spot. if my audition keeps going this bad, but we'll have to see, as I believe have something. Mr. Producer Man, can you tell me once again, because I did not catch that at all? DHL. That's one. Yeah, that was a mess happening right there. I'm sorry, guys. But yeah, DHL, thank you very much to them. You know, I might be a mess, but you know what? If you do ship your packages with DHL, it is not going to be a mess. It's going to be pristine condition when it arrives to the guy who's shipping your stuff to. Once again, my cards, a 10 out of 10. When I got them shipped, is looking fantastic by PSA. So yeah, I know. Thank you so much, Imperial. I know my saves are just top 10 saves of the day so far. Okay, this is a train wreck.
Quit while you're behind, man. Just quit while you're behind.
I'm just trying to catch it up. That was a train wreck of a situation. I don't know what to tell you, man. It's all over the place. But one thing I can tell you is that it is not all over the place when it comes to the plays we have been seeing today. Because we said at the start of the show, right? Don't know what the expectations really are for some of these teams. Strong very first impression. I have to say, I'm very, very impressed, and we'll have to see. But you know what? We're going to end this train wreck of a segment from my end. We'll be back after this break for the last game of the day. We'll see you guys hopefully in a few short minutes.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
You're a star, you really won my heart. Number one, yeah, you're my favorite part. I follow close, go wherever you want. Let's go. You know just what I want. You know just what I want.
Sanhok is done and dusted for the day, but one game still remains to close off day one here of the Snapdragon Pro Series PMCO Open Finals for the Africa region, and is going to be to the good old grassy pastures of Erangel Imperium. We had some great games. Once again, I feel like I'm a broken record right now, but really, I do have to keep repeating myself as to how good the level of competition actually is, and I'm expecting even better things to close off the day here.
And can we also highlight how much of a credit it was to Africa Champions in a Sanhok game to get nearly 20 eliminations? It's so rare that you see that in a Sanhok game. It's normally obviously Erangel or Miramar, and in Sanhok most of the time a Sanhok performance or a Sanhok chicken dinner involves 6, 7, 8, maybe double-digit eliminations, just because you know, so even more impressive stuff from Africa Champions.
Not only the fact that they got himself, 19 eliminations on the game and that chicken dinner, the fact that it's still alive as a 4-man at the end, and they're fighting.
That's true.
Initially, they transitioned through the really harsh terrain around Paradise Resort, which goes to show that the timing was on point because not many teams were there to really negate that rotation from happening. And the amount of control they took in the first place is just outstanding. Really, the execution from them was great. So yeah, Africa Champions, as you said, a team that had a little bit of struggle before this game. They went 12th place. We'll have to see on the rankings later on when we look at them exactly where they currently rank up. But I think that we might have just seen an amazing comeback from Africa Champions. A game like that might put them in top 3. I'm not sure. We'll check out the round standings in Imperium to see exactly how many points we won. But odds are they might just be in top 3, if not very close to it.
And also, kind of coming at the end of this game, the top 3 coming into the previous game was VGS, Chaos, and Black Cobra. VGS was the only of the top 3 in kind of like the top 5 with a decent amount of points. So on a side note, great for VGS Esports, but again, that continues to open a door for the likes of Africa Champions, who got a dominating 34-point result. Say, hey, we're here, we want to fight for that top 3. Say hello to my little friend. So very good, very good stuff from Africa Champions. Star Esports, yeah, okay, it was only 1 elimination. It was that heel strap, but still 13, followed by Ultima Outplayed. Leader Esport, by the way, their heel strap was not successful for whatever reason. Either they didn't get enough and give them to that player healing in the blue, or something went wrong because they only picked up 5 points.
Maybe a misclick. See a lot of stuff going on, but Ultimate Rage especially gave himself 10 points. It's sure not going to help them too much. They were in last place before this game, but at least they're somewhat making sure that lead between themselves and the top 3 is not going to be lengthened too much. But after you get like 34-point game, that lead is still going to be increased pretty significantly. With that said, we're going to look at the overall rankings to see if indeed Africa Champions made in top 3, or see how close they are to top 3. I think that's going to be the interesting point. So we can go 3, 2, 1, transition, overall rankings. Woohoo, magic. Whoa, there we go. We've got it. It took a little bit of time, but we got it. Okay. I'm missing classes in Hogwarts, but I'll get there eventually. I'll be on point eventually. But 57 points for VGS Esport in the first place. But look at Africa Champions Imperium. 1 point behind Black Cobra Africa. And we saw Black Cobra Africa. They're not immortal beings. They can bleed. They can go down. And Africa Champions, they're just capitalizing on that opportunity last game.
And even look at the Africa Champions elimination to placement points. 28 eliminations. They're currently the second highest outside of VGS, so that is impressive in its own right. Ultima Outplayed still got to highlight it, 33-8. Spaghetti-O. They're hanging in the balance, but I do worry. Again, when the teams have 24 hours in between day 1 and day 2 to prepare, that's when we could very heavily see Ultima Outplayed start to get outplayed. One Piece still being in the mix, and although it was a little bit of a blip in the consistency for Chaos, I kind of want to forgive them because it's Sanhok and they still hold up the second place overall.
I mean, you do say that they have 24 hours after the end of today and start
tomorrow.
Well,
give or take.
Give or take, of course, a few hours less because you got to actually play the games after that.
And sleep.
But sleep also. But the thing is also during the day you got guys that have school, they have to potentially work. Also, say no, just gaming.
Just gaming.
Just gaming. Okay. If you have a job, you're not a gamer. Okay, quit right now.
Eat, sleep, game, repeat.
I can't. Oh, that's the type of stuff people have on t-shirts, and it's so cringe. When I see people have those kind of t-shirts, I'm like, I am happy I'm not that person, but it's like you always see that in convention.
I don't have that.
You don't have that
t-shirt,
T-shirt?
by the way.
Thank you. I used to have that. I used to have like this massive poster in front of my room in my previous flat.
Yeah.
And it said like, "Do not enter. Be careful. Gamer is gaming," or something. It's something
Just
very cringe.
I'll
stuff.
be back in a sec. I just need to
Oh.
burn one of my t-shirts.
Go for it. I don't know. But yeah, I was like that. Okay,
I was trying
one
to
of the cringe
insinuate
guys.
that I actually do have one of those t-shirts and I want to burn it to burn
Oh,
the
I would
evidence. No?
believe you.
Okay.
I would believe you. I feel like it would suit you very well, Pyramid, in your style to have that kind of t-shirt. But it's okay. You know, it's always PUBG Mobile
No
time.
comment.
You could always have that on the t-shirt. I think
comment.
that would sell pretty good. But next game, Imperium. We didn't do predictions too much when it comes to that, but now we have some background. Now we have some teams that have been looking great, like VGS, Chaos, Black Cobra, Africa Champions. Are there any teams right now that not only can potentially secure themselves a chicken dinner this game, but you think can be in top 3, and you would say potentially even remain in top 3 until the end of tomorrow?
The safe option is Chaos, right? They've had 2 strong Erangel performances. This is the 3rd one of the day. They lie in 2nd place. They kind of deserve a chicken dinner, despite my criticism around them kind of relying on Marty. I still think they deserve it. Of course, VGS as well. We can't take away from what they've done so far and currently holding on to the top spot. Outside of that, Africa Champions, man, and Top G as well. Top G, man. Put it together, guys, and I can see you getting a top 3 in this game.
I can't stop but feel I want to still see a strong performance from Swap Morocco. I think that's a team that I had my eyes out on after the first game in terms of like potential of what this team can potentially achieve. I did get baited in the second game on Miramar, where it's like, oh, it's then they got the win, but don't mix up. But still, Swap Morocco, I want to see a big step up. I mean, they're only what, like 23 points ahead of 3rd place currently?
Oh yeah,
that's achievable in one game. Like Swap Morocco and
you mean behind?
Oh, sorry, behind, yeah, of course. Swap Morocco can still close that gap. Swap Morocco, Top G, 7E, 1XNT, 1PC Sport, like all of these teams can close off the day in a really, really strong fashion. If you're any team below that,
well,
a little bit tougher maybe.
Well, I kind of want to put a little bit of a spotlight on a couple of teams who kind of haven't performed. When I say performed, I mean like haven't even really showed us a sparkle. Like Africa Champions had showed me a sparkle the game before they won, right? So it was a little bit less of a surprise because I was like, well, yeah, they showed me something in the previous game. High 4DZ, they have to start stepping up a little bit. Star Divine and kind of Star Esport, maybe it's because they both have Star in their name, but even though they're on 20 and 18 respectively, I've yet to really see a separation in terms of, hey, yeah, okay, this is the better of the 2 stars, right? This is the one that I want to look out for. I'd love to see in this final game one of those 2 teams giving us something bigger.
Yeah, Star Esports and Star Divine might be giving out some dim light right now, but you know what? The potential is there. These teams can strike bright, like a diamond, you could say, but no, I think there's other references we can be made there. But here we go anyways. Last game of the day, ready to go on Erangel for Game 5. Day 1 of the Snapdragon Pro Series PMCO Open Finals for the Africa region. And playing path seems like it's decent-ish, you know, from your southern side of Sanhok Island.
It's perfect.
It's the thing is, we know that some teams like to drop in Georgeport, and now, like, for me, a perfect circle is South Sanhok Island to Severny, or if you go the other way, is like west of Gatka to like Lipovka. That's a perfect circle in my opinion. Sorry, not perfect circle, so perfect plane path. But that's it. That's.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. I just kind of want to say, in somewhat comparison to the majority of the plane paths we've had today, you know, it's probably the best one or the second best one we've had. So yeah, I like it. Opens the door for the 3 teams that are landing inside Military Island to stay a lot more separated. I do not want to see the same mistake from 7E this time around. Do not go anywhere near a military base at all, unless it has a full squad and unless it's a military island circle. That's not going to be the case. A very complimentary phase 1 to begin with for all of these teams.
I can just imagine, like, the circle is just on Sanhok Island and it keeps going there, and they like But Imperium is set to not go. He's set to not go. Well, I guess we'll die to blue. It's done. But yeah. We'll have to see how team's going to be working out. As you said, like, very complimentary of the playing path. This phase 1 circle is looking pretty decent for these teams. A Star is just going to go for a little bit of a widespread north of Yasnaya towards starboard position. Don't really have too much of an issue with that one. And Africa Champions was a really good split center circle, so they're just going to get all of that, loot up, regroup as a full team potentially. The potential is there. We'll have to see how things are going to be panning out. But as usual, our Erangels have, I would say, the early games for most of these games so far today have been as you would expect them to be in, like, you know, a PMPL, which is slow start.
Yeah.
Teams know each other really well. I wasn't too sure because I wasn't sure how much time teams had to potentially prepare, do their research and scrim, but it seems like the homework has been done. And for that, I do have to give my respect and tip my hat to them because it's not the easiest thing to do.
Oh, Chaos losing a player at the hands of Top G.
I take it back.
Well, no, it's a bit weird. It was just one of those things because Chaos like to loot North George, so they were always gonna, and they made the right call to kind of land the north side of the river. But when you want to loot somewhere that is much further away from the plane path, you want to go for vehicles. However, other teams are going to go for the vehicles on the op. Top G did a better job by going for vehicles as more than one player, and that's where they picked up that cheeky elimination. So great overall preparation and team play from Top G, which is something I hope they carry forward for the rest of the game. I also want to highlight that One Piece dropped just outside of Pachinki. That was a little bit risky because that's where Black Cobra dropped. However, it worked out because they took a vehicle away from Black Cobra. And like I said, and like we've seen, vehicles are so important in early rotations and even late game areas where you can have a bit of hard cover, that taking a vehicle away from the opposing team not only gives you a quicker rotation advantage, but slows them down.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little bit disappointed. You started saying One Piece dropped, and I was like, they dropped a new episode, and you like dropped towards Pachinko. Like, oh, okay. It's like, I was like, wait, it's not Thursday. Okay, how's that possible? But surprise drop would have been cool.
Actually, One Piece has been dropped. There's no more episodes.
There's no more One Piece.
Ever.
They're stopping
no more
One
Piece. Yeah. Exclusive.
What?
Digital exclusive.
Opening the window right now. Bye.
Jesus. Jesus, man.
It's the end of my life. It's over. But no. Let's see. So
Boy,
far,
that escalated quickly.
Chaos though did stretch their drop towards northern George Pole, which is, I said, where the plane path might be a little bit risky. Merlin.
Yeah.
What happened there?
Yeah,
Not
for
sure.
sure.
A little bit of a jump out of the car, but yeah, at least they were able to stretch their drop. Northern George Pole, good for Chaos, and yeah, it seemed like that rotation as a whole has been working great for them, even though it's far in quotation mark away from it. Seeing Chaos and how consistent they've been, second place without a single chicken dinner. I'm not too stressed out about it. I know that Chaos will get in the circle in some way, shape, or form as a 3 or 4-man crew, even better. They'll make it. I trust the guys. They're looking good.
So, Star Divine, leaders Esports, and 7E still in around the military island area of the map. 7E did kind of head towards the military base, but as a majority players, so I kind of give them a plus for that. And on the as it happens, Star Divine moved away from the base early on. What's interesting is that they've gone towards the Eastern Bridge. They should know that leaders Esport kind of drop and go to Novo. It's okay for them to go towards the Eastern Bridge once they're aware, and if they're not caught out, hey, it's a plus. And if they can get ahead of them on the Eastern Bridge, great. It's still risky and possibly like in that kind of position where you know a team either side of you on the military island, the best position to go is a botation or to do the opposite of what you would do in a military island circle and actually swim directly from the very northern tip of the military island onto the coastline of the mainland. You're left without vehicles, but at least you make it across the water safely onto the mainland.
I think one point you need to also make for that is when we see botations, I think there's a lot of botations that we see done poorly in the sense that they get too close to the coastal line. When you botate wide, like really wide. The earlier you do it, the more wide you can go, but it's just to make sure you're not going to be spotted by teams on the coastal line. Hopefully you can play outside render distance. That's the best way to go about it. But
yes,
it's the best way. And I've seen Did I just see Galata Tower there again? Is it still there? I thought it was removed. Galata, okay, guess Galata Tower is still in play. Amazing, cool.
I honestly didn't see, but I'll take
It's
your
there.
word on it.
It's like north of the Stunvka River, like just on the ridge.
Yeah.
It's a good scouting
Okay.
spot. Like it's really high. I don't know if you've ever like been there in the game. I have seen a few POVs from that position and like videos. It's insane the amount of information you can get from there. Like you can just scout anything north of the river. It's mental. It's a really good spot.
1x NT in Rossok for the time being. A lot of the central part of phase 1 is very open. Not that there's a lot of strong positions to go in the very center of the circle. I suppose Alamo compound outside of Yasnaya is quite central and a great spot to lock yourself down, but you wouldn't do it, let's say, really as a full team. You'd have it as part of a split. But still, there's nobody there as a split for the time being.
All low of a catch here, it seems. Not going to be able to get too much done. But that's okay. 7E just going to try and make their way out of that fight. Don't really want to take it. It's phase 1 still. You want to avoid it as much as you can, but seem like Law. Well, normally you cannot escape the law, but Law cannot escape, it seems. And he's just going to be instantly knocked down. The flush should be ensuing very soonly, and Revenant is the one to pick that first to limb for his team. Looking good for the start when it comes to Team 11 here. Star Divine already. Oh, hopefully Star Redemption. You didn't mention it, Pim. We wanted to potentially see from Star Divine or Star Esport, and Star Divine's are the one to kick it off.
Yeah, they reacted well to the fact that leaders Esport and seeing that they were on that Eastern Bridge. So thought, okay, well look, we can't really go towards the Eastern Bridge, and it gave them a couple of options. However, how much of that success was their kind of good doing or 7E's poor doing? You know, 7E need to VOD review, look broadcast, and change your drop spot to Ferry Pier. It's very little difference in terms of rotation path, but it's much cleaner in terms of not interacting with Star Divine. They're poorly executing this drop on the western side of the military island.
Definitely some improvements can be made, as you said. VOD review would be cool, but only one day to do so, and if you have a busy day, it might be rough, but hopefully the stars will align for them. And
well, they don't want the stars to align.
I mean, I guess if you do have the stars aligned, it's a very easy headshot with an AWM. So you might want to...
Okay, fair enough.
We might want to avoid aligning like that in game, but it's like the metaphor. It's there. It's beautiful. It looks great. We'll see. As 1XNT is just looking to also push their way forward here in a line. The ones are lined. And they're just going to be mowing down a player from Swap Morocco, it seems. He's just... not sure if you can actually escape from that one in that car. Sure, you got a supercar, you're speeding up, but one bullet actually connects. And he actually gets it! Oh wow, that was a great shot to close it off. Yeah, just chase it down, get that limb, want that extra point. Might be a 1 point to make the difference on a short event like this. So yeah, massive, great spray from Aziz.
Yeah, great aggressive play from 1XNT, but they have alerted the attention of a couple of other teams. One of their vehicles that has 2 players in is smoking off, and oh my god, SWAT may have lost the player, but they've come out on top, picking up 2 eliminations onto 1XNT. You bit off more than you can chew, boys.
Your car was on literal fire.
Oh
and you're
god.
crashing a compound, and you have like just flat terrain around the compound. It's super easy to shut you down. Interesting decision making is what I'll say. I'm not going to go any further than that topic because that was a play. That was something we just witnessed. Anyway, Circle going to be going on the more southern eastern side of this phase 1 circle for phase 2. Nice wide rotate coming out from One Piece and also from Chaos. Chaos in particular a little bit faster, away from Northern George Pole. A lot of really strong entry points too you can get from there.
Yeah.
So yeah, Chaos as always. That's the thing that we keep seeing game after game after game, Imperium. Solid macro early rotations, and that's why they're so consistent right now.
And, you know, the circle shifting does highlight the importance of a compound such as Alamo. Africa champions have kind of gone there. This is where it's okay to position,
it's going up.
You know, the most of... No, it is going down.
It's going
where
up.
it's okay...
Wait.
No, it's going down. It's just the way the camera's
Is
going
it?
down. It is going down.
Oh, yeah.
See?
Oh, wait a minute, what's going on? This is not,
We're not-
that's not how it works.
The broadcast is not in Australia, okay?
I swear it looked like it was going on, but...
But Africa Champions have done a great job rotating as a full squad to Alamo. Building this compound that's locked down by the side of High 4DZ is very false security, right? Because it's hard cover, but the risk is that it's not high ground enough that you get information in front of you to the north, but it's also so low down on the hill to the south that you don't get any information from the south side. It is a desperate compound to be in this early in the game as a full squad, and it does kind of speak heavily to what has been High 4DZ's playstyle so far in this tournament, which is, look, we're not getting much. We need to kind of play for, you know, something, and the safety, and this compound is simply safe. As it happens, it's a massive circle shift down south, rips the compound away from Africa Champions, arguably rips the compound away from High 4DZ, but they can react to it. I don't know why one of their players are going north when you have a hard shift down south. You should instantly be going down south, but it is great for Darkness Africa as they have the center of the circle in play.
That just rips us away from what could have been a great game. He's going to have to deal with it, unfortunately. Darkness Africa just going to try and mow down the competition. Black Cobra just going to be there in the underground section and just trying to survive. And with the wheels being popped, Imperium, right now in their position, how are Black Cobra going to rotate on the next circle shift? I don't think they can. Like, leaving that spot without a car is almost mission impossible, so this is going to be rough for them.
They've just got to hope that Phase 4 kind of shifts back up north and keeps Shelter in play, because right now, you're right, they're sitting ducks if they have to move away in the next circle.
They have to move.
They don't have to move now, but if the circle shifts down south once again in the next shift, they will have to move, and that's where it becomes so much more difficult. Great rotation, by the way, from a couple of teams along the Lumberyard hillside, from VGS, from ULRG, Chaos as well. You highlighted their macro. They've gone for a bit of a wider rotation towards the Prison Roadside down on the southeast edge around Milta Power. So great play by Chaos. Great understanding of the desperation around this hard shift.
Okay, Malek, let's see what's going on here. Playing into Lumberyard. That's a little bit of to spot Ultima Rage, potentially, if they were going to get naded. But luckily enough for them, the team is not willing to take the fight any further, at least for now. VGS is going to get himself back into a position. Savage getting spotted away by a player. Not sure who that was, but the knock is almost instant, and the flush is also going to be following suit. Malek is going to be the next one to get knocked. Actually, no flush, is just another knock as a whole. Rio Hope trying to keep things steady for the team, but
they should be pushing this.
Exactly, because Ultima Rage needs
should
points.
Be pushing it.
Ultima Rage need points after what's been happening at the start of the day for them, so these points could be massive. If they could just go full send it, it's going to be huge. Nice little bit of extra damage. You got some extra damage on a player. He's going to be healing. He's not going to be able to stop you here. Exactly as you said, Imperium, they should be pushing this. This is a great opportunity to get 4 limbs almost instantly.
But it's also the kind of thing where they're like, okay, well, it's only Phase 3, we don't need to push. And I get that you might want to wait for Phase 4 to pop up, but sometimes you just got to take that opportunity, that perfect opportunity to strike. And as it happens, Phase 4 shifts up. It goes down south once again. Black Cobra are going to have such a difficult time moving away from Shelter. Darkness Africa in an absolutely great spot, as well as 7E. Their remaining 2 players are in the center of the circle. Leaders Esports as well. 2 of the teams are dropped in Military Island. As it happens, are in pretty decent spots of the circle.
I love this on VGS. They're sending Rio not only to somewhat potentially scout later on down the line, but he's also putting himself in an angle where he can negate the rotation of Ultima Rage. Like, it's multitasking at heart for Rio right now in what he's doing. Even if the fight breaks out, he's going to have a great little off angle, some great little high ground elevation. It is massive, though. Going to go over to leader Esports, taking their own fight versus SWAT Morocco. One player was knocked, flushed almost instantly.
Lovely nade.
DBS against the Groza. That nade does have a good idea.
Why are you
in play,
healing?
but pushing out. And he gets punished. Sure, the healing was a little bit risky, but you know what? His teammate was there. That's just teammate trust, Imperium. was just so strong. He knew he could go for the heal.
Top G on the western side of the circle. This is the side of High 4DZ and a bit of a firefight on the outskirts of this. Well, not the outskirts, far outside the circle, but credit where Stu, they pick up 4 eliminations. They may be down to 2. That's a great engagement onto Ultima outplayed.
Good shot from Tipok there, getting himself 2 extra points for his team. They're down to 2, but at least they give himself 4 eliminations minimum, even if they go down now, so it's definitely not a massive L. They do not make any further, but as 2 players in a circle like this, not gonna lie, Imperium, the odds are not really shining too good in their favor. I have to tell you that much. VGS not really interested in taking up fight versus Ultima Rage, which makes sense. The circle is now moving against them, so they just got to move up. Rio does enable this rotation from happening, so sending him up there does unlock a world of opportunities for VGS to rotate into. So I love that play from Rio. It was amazing. And now Ultima Rage are like, well, we can't get anything of it. Let's also leave that position. So yeah, good respect from the 2 squads.
Now, Ultima Rage missed out on the perfect opportunity and gave too much of an inch onto VGS, and they took it as a mile. Black Cobra, we said it was going to be difficult for them moving out of shelter. They've lost 2. I think that puts them down to just 1 player, if I'm not mistaken, as Star Divine. They're also up to 4 eliminations and down to 2 players.
They just stole those 2 elims like it was none of their business. I mean, hey, it's PUBG Mobile, right? You got to steal those elims. You got to do what you got to do to get up in the rankings. But Black Cobra still hanging down on this little crossroads section. It's good. It's really hard to get spotted and shot at. The issue is if a team gets a little bit too close, the nades will be your major issue. So hopefully Black Cobra Africa can keep teams at arm's length and they'll be safe.
Okay, Star Divine.
Star Divine are just gunning for the field, gunning for Milt, it seems, and so far they made it as a 2-man, so success, mission success.
Well, there's Swap Morocco waiting in the wings, as well as Chaos, and it's Red to see Red and find a knock like a bull inside the bull ring, getting a knock onto one of the star players. High 4DZ go down. We are left with 14 teams. Top G on the western edge, as I said, still up as a full squad. They're my team to really watch coming into this game. It centers up quite nicely right on top of 7E. The high ground from leader Esports is pretty healthy on that northeastern side. Very difficult journey for the likes of One Piece, Ultimate Rage, and VGS to fight for this northeastern edge of the circle.
Question, 7E, can they hold this compound down? Because it's a strong compound, it's an amazing compound. As to, with teams that can crash from the north, from the south, from the east, from the west, that's not going to be enough. So they're going to need to make sure that they continuously take shots to make teams, I would almost say, believe. Therefore, players, that's the game plan I would go for. You want to be proactive, you want to be consistently taking shots, because...
But you also... You also have to consistently move, because there's a lot of windows in those buildings, so you can't expose yourself for too long.
Yeah, also, I mean, you got a lot to do. One thing you want to make sure is that teams do not know you're as a 2-man. If they do, they're going to breach it. A lot of teams are still alive as 4. And Hulk, hey, look at that. He's taking shots right onto an opposing squad. Gets so much job done. I don't think they've got none of those eliminations, but at least teams are going to be somewhat aware of their surroundings. And as time, Star Esport, nice nade from Citizen, right into the smoke, and they're going to try and defend it, but the molly comes through, and Citizen stands no chance, as only 2 players remain for Star Esport.
The Wizard Tower is so easy to get picked off from in this kind of circle, but One Piece are at least holding on that northeastern edge of the circle, as well as Star just pushing in and trying to hold on. Just Carry Boy left alive, chucks up, and Molly low balls it, but another one from Tom should see Star go down.
Tom has 9 grenades. Okay, man. Okay. The building's just going to explode at this point. Oh, I just knocked on the side. Okay, you can't use the nades if you're knocked, unfortunately. But the idea is there. Keep your utility in those positions. It could be a massive advantage point. Well, leader Esports, we didn't talk too much about them, but they have been consistently taking shots this entire game. 2 eliminations, yeah, but man, they are feeling present as ever in this game.
Well, they're doing very similar to what 7E are doing, right? They're shooting here, shooting there, they're peeking, they're putting pressure on, they're slowing teams around, and it exposes others while keeping a safe distance to the teams around them. Nobody yet to really crash on the compound. The Star Divine, they made a bold push right in through the center onto the eastern edge of Milta in the previous phase, and it has come to work out for the time being.
sky with the Groza. He's going to be a real threat. Gets himself the double right away with the Groza. Strong execution. Going to try and flush it. I'll be careful. This other team's still around. Don't want to stretch yourself too thinly. But you know what? He gets it done. 4 elims so far for Leaders Esports. You know, he has some extra nades. I mean, you can't survive this. This ridge is just so strong for Leader. An extra knock was secured already early on to Slay. I think this is going to be them getting to 6 eliminations very, very soon. But the thing is, they're on the circle. So the moment they finish this fight, they need to start moving up into the circle because otherwise they're going to be caught out in the blue.
Having 3 players left does give them an extra pair of eyes compared to a couple of teams around, and VGS has just Rio left alive. Chaos still on the south side will finally have to move out of Milta and will need to face Star Divine. I would arguably say, you know, Leaders Esports shouldn't abandon the outskirts of the circle as quickly as some people might think, because there are going to be people like possibly Chaos that might try and wrap around and cover your backs, Leaders. Again, having that extra pair of eyes should allow you to send the player into the edge of the circle and lock it down while the other 2 hold onto the backside.
Esports try and make that cross happen. High ground position once again is just so strong, but here we go. It's time to cross. Africa champions, how far can they go? So far, no casualties are going to be suffered, but okay, they have one actually lost right on top of the road, unfortunately, it seems.
Oh,
Trying to make it over to the building of 7E. The thing is, as you said, they're just going to be taking shots. They want to look aggressive. They want to look as a full-man squad, and they're just going to pick up eliminations on the go. It's great to see Loco take himself a one-on-one and loses the fight. And that's it as they get eliminated in that 7th position. Actually, no eliminations to boot for them, so just a 7th place, and that is all they get after their previous chicken din on Sanhok, unfortunately. But Leaders Esports now, still Rio of VGS, has some real pain in the side. If they can get rid of him, just make that rotation so much easier.
Fantastic to see other players from Chaos stepping up into the mix. Red has showed himself in a number of eliminations so far. Marley, Rage, 3 players left from the side of Chaos coming in. One Piece has been able to survive inside the sniper tower. I believe still up as a full squad. Incredibly valuable for them as Black Cobra, I don't know how they've held on towards a dip by the side of the road, still on that western edge of the circle with the vehicle intact, but One Piece are spraying down onto them.
I'm surprised 7E have been able to hold on for this long, and no one's been willing to crash them. I mean, it's been great. As we said, they've been taking shots, but they might actually run out of bullets at some point. Being in a spot like that, the main issue is the fact that you're not going to be able to loot up the crates of the enemies you take down. So that could be a little bit of an issue for them. They might be out of also utility. Based on that, we'll have to see. Leaders, or that nade could be huge. It's going to be hitting the mark, or a little bit too short, it seems. But the idea is there regardless for them. They still have cast too, so they can make it a little bit further than the northern side of the circle. They're looking great. Good spray down
nice
Spark. As he gets himself Rage knocked down. Chaos now struggling on the back foot. Does retaliate in time. As it's Hulk that will be the one to get himself a knock with that trusty M4. It's still in the air. I'm not sure he's going to be able to take it because nobody's quite in the circle, Imperium. It's a rough one to close off, but Leaders are now currently suffering from taking shot after shot from One Piece. One Piece Esport looking good with the 8 clips.
Yeah, as a full squad, One Piece up to 8 elimination. Chaos, consistency personified. Like I said, that one blip in Sanhok doesn't take away from how good they've been in today's games so far. Yet to find a chicken dinner, but still, as of this final game, in 2nd place in the overall standings. 7E yet to get crashed upon. They dealt with a number of teams around them quite effectively. You mentioned it, the lack of bullets could hurt them in the final moments of this game.
Mike Hill's position is to not fight 7E. They just want to avoid that compound breach as much as they can, which I do appreciate. I think that's a good plan for them. They'll try and get in a high ground position, get that extra elevation if possible. That would be a great game-winning position, but that Hulk over there with the UMP still has a decent amount of bullets, but he's just spreading them down. Not sure once again how much they have remaining in their backpacks. Or One Piece are just going to spray down. Their smokes are now going to be dissipating, so you've got to be careful. You're not as safe as you used to be.
My
7E,
God.
they had to leave eventually, Imperium, but they lose one. And if I'm Hulk, I would just stay down there, let the fight happen, and maybe third party it, but leaving that spot is going to be mission impossible. Good spray down, gets the car to do so much damage.
There you go.
One extra knock. Hulk maybe to ruin the chances of a potential chicken
dinner. No, Hulk!
Chaos, but Hulk just gets sprayed down. He has himself no more meds, nothing to boot. He's just going to have to survive for as long as he can.
Because that was another factor, not just the bullets, but the meds. As you do peek and
True.
shoot, you can't get picked off, and that has led Hulk down
Breathing.
to just 0, and he has to move out. It's going to be Chaos picking up. Marty and Rage get the final elimination on 270.
That's the easiest elimination Marley got, but now it just clears to South. Now they can put 100% of their focus over onto One Piece, but One Piece has 4 players. It's a 1v4 right now, Imperium, for the final play of Chaos. It might be Marley, but I think a 1v4 is too much to ask for. 13 elims looking for 14. Marley trying to play with a nade, but he's just on the slither of HP. It's about to be game over. He is taken down, and One Piece becomes the true Pirate Kings of Erangel, securing himself the final chicken dinner of the day.
Alaraf, the IGL for the team, will be absolutely delighted with them closing out day 1 with the chicken dinner. Arguably deserved, right, in terms of the ascendance they've had from the start of the day, where they had a poor rotation getting picked off to a constant climb up, right? And it's always not about how you start, it's about how you finish. And One Piece have ended day 1, finished it with a chicken dinner.
Yeah, the way they play their ridge lines throughout the end and the high ground position, playing around those smokes in particular, the way they put down the smokes and they were just gathering information around the smokes, taking peeks while still because the way they put smokes and they would just focus the team on one side of the smoke, so you would be safe from a team trying to peek at you from the other side. So the way they were just playing around that utility was just something of beauty really from them. So yeah, One Piece looking fantastic. I mean, they were looking for the treasure and they found it eventually at the end and went full gear second, but I had to like put up the references eventually. But that's it. They were in 6th position before this game, if I'm not mistaken, with 36 points.
Yeah.
That is a position where you're not far behind, and one pop-off game is going to push you up significantly. So, I mean, telling you, One Piece right now, great way to end off the day and a great start for tomorrow in particular.
They also had, obviously, aids in the form of Leaders, Esport, and 7E. Those 2 compounds were not contested, and despite Leaders, Esport having 3, they were never going to move away from that position, and they didn't have arguably the need within reason to kind of poke too much on One Piece. And then 7E in their own right, they only had 2 players inside that compound. They never got crashed, and they were never going to be in a position to really kind of again affect One Piece too much, because they were trying to more effectively take advantage of teams to the south and to the southeast of where they were located in that compound. So yeah, a little bit of help in that regard, but also Chaos on the other side. You highlight One Piece and their use of utility. Chaos was very much the same. They didn't do too much early on. Their macro was absolutely tremendous on how they navigated through the early circles and the hard shift down south. But when they had to micro their way in despite losing a player, the use of utility, the positions that they had players set up in, was absolutely tremendous.
I mean, not only, 7E for this game, it's just been they've been consistent throughout the whole day. Sure, no chicken dinner, but they just keep getting some top 3 every single time, almost, except for that one blip on Sanhok, as you said. And 7E team, no, as a 2-man team, but felt like a 4-man team in that position, which is what you want in a spot like that. Great execution from a lot of our top teams in this game. But with that said, we're going to head on over to a very short break before we take a look at the overall rankings. See you guys in a bit.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
You're a star, you really won my heart. Number one, yeah, you're my favorite part. I follow close, go wherever you want. Let's go. You know just what I want. You know just what I want.
Yeah, look at my shine with the glow. This is my time with it though. This is my time to be way at the top. Me and my guys gon' pay out the block. I don't look like boss. Time's right, and I know the sea is walking in the limelight. Promise you gon' wanna watch like a sci-fi. My guys are high risers, high tide. My crown if you come to my side. I pledge allegiance for lifetime. My squad connected like Wi-Fi. We grind and you see the highlights. This my life. It ain't a game now. Me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way. You wasn't invited. Say you come to play. I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me. Then step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. It ain't a game now. Me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way. You wasn't invited. Say you come to play. I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me.
Great way to close off the day with a chicken dinner from One Piece, but it's not just a One Piece performance in Pyramid, it's also the 7E team and also Chaos gave himself some great close off. And man, I know we said this many times already, but Chaos's consistency today has been just something of beauty.
Yeah.
And really, if they could just maintain that, even maybe get himself a chicken dinner tomorrow, I think chances are PMNC is definitely on the cards for them.
With how aggressive the lobby has been throughout the 5 games and how kind of impressed we've been with some of the action, I kind of want to say they need to close out a chicken dinner. Yeah, they've been the team of the day in my eyes, but kind of within fundamentals, to be the best team, you need to be able to close out games as a team. So that does slightly worry me about Chaos as it happens, but I'm no doubt that they can close out that game as we look at the round standings of that previous game. One Piece, they pick up the final chicken dinner, 29 points on board. What a way for them to end the day.
And that's the really cool thing about these games today in particular. every time we had a chicken dinner, it's been massive eliminations to follow it up. Like first game for Black Cobra Africa, chicken dinner was 18 eliminations. Then round 2 was a little bit of a lower side, but it was still 8 eliminations on board. Then you had your round 3, it was 21 eliminations with a chicken dinner. Round 4, it was 19 eliminations with a chicken dinner, and this last round it was 14 eliminations. So it seems like the tendency we're seeing is if you get chicken dinner, you're in a central position, you're in a great spot, and you're just shooting at everything that moves. Like one pixel of place, you're done. You're dead, pretty much.
Top G, just put it together, guys. I see it. I see it from Top G. Maybe I'm blind in some way. I don't know why, but I just see something from Top G. Black Cobra getting 11 points is a little bit better in terms of return to form off the back of kind of getting the first chicken dinner of the day. And yeah, you know, I'm ready to see the overall standings, Max, coming into day 2 tomorrow.
Yeah, let's get right into it. Overall rankings to see what is going on over there. The teams at the bottom, but the teams at the top is where it matters. And Chaos closing off day 1 with 71 points out of those 5 games today. And not only that, every single 5 teams below them have all won chicken dinner, and yet Chaos stays on top with those 40 placement points with those 31 eliminations. It's not like they even like outdoing himself in terms of eliminations because they don't have a chicken dinner. They have more placement points than any other team in the lobby that's still got a chicken dinner. That is how consistent they've been. What a day from Chaos.
Only 14 points divide first and fourth. That's less than a chicken dinner. So that's why I say Chaos realistically kind of need to get a chicken dinner tomorrow. True. In that regard. I do also believe that there's been a bit of a separation in terms of the top 5. I know Africa champions are only 5 points ahead of Ultima Outplayed in 6th, but I think there's been a little bit higher quality overall from Africa champions. Maybe again it's a little bit skewed and I'm wrong on that. 1xNT very much have it within them to get up in towards the fight for the top 3, as do 7E. I mentioned Top G, they may be in 10th, but they've showed me like so much more sparkles of potential. And leaders, Esports, yeah, they have what it takes for it. For me though, going back to 7E, just drop away from Military Island, drop the ferry pier, and you should find much more success.
It's a lot of unwanted effort, I would say. So yeah, a little bit of a change could definitely help them. We'll have to see if that's going to be panning out. But even then, I would say all the teams that from 1st to 8th place have shown at some point in time some really good stuff compared to Chaos, like showing good stuff. Okay. Almost the entire day, except for Sanhok, and then you have like your Swap Morocco's leader Esports over onto the second half of the leaderboard. I still, my big hope for tomorrow is to see Swap Morocco do better. I mean, I was a little bit hyped up because of their decisiveness we saw in the first game. It was like, that's good, that shows potential. Yeah. They were not able to capitalize on that, unfortunately, but it just goes to show that a lot of the teams that still are on the second part of the rankings can do a comeback. Like, clearly, even if you're towards the bottom, you can initiate a comeback. It's just going to require Chaos type of performance, plus being able to converge in chicken dinners, which it's tough to do. Exactly, and look, it's top 3, so you don't need to be fighting for first. So let's say, for example, Ultima Rage at the moment down in 14th place. They're on a total of 18 points. They're quite a far distance away from Chaos in 1st, but they're also not too far away from 3rd. 18 to 57, that's like kind of 29 points. That is very possible across 5 games. So we do want to continue to stay that things will change. Teams will move around. The teams down on the bottom that arguably have nothing to lose, especially coming in towards the end of tomorrow's games, could have a massive impact. I'm excited for it, man. Yeah, super excited. I mean, I didn't know what to expect going into today, but I come out as a happy man, and I hope that tomorrow's going to make me even happier because it's been an absolute awesome first day here for the Snapdragon Pro Series here for the first day for the African region as a whole. Before we do close off the day, I do want to have a last segment, Imperium. MVP of the day. I think we're both in agreement. Which one are you choosing? Marley? I'm choosing Marley too. Okay, that was a quick segment. Thanks so much for watching, everyone. We appreciate you sticking around for the Snapdragon Pro Series PMCO Open Finals for the Africa region. But it's just the first day. We have another one tomorrow, same time, same place, and we hope to see you there. See you guys next time.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Won't stop going till a player on top know it. Rooftop, penthouse, suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fly through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align on shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional work and devotion. We put in this time. Look, you won't stop.